can get piles of money, but they cannot help their neighbors. When we have enough free software and what I call, we'll throw out this dirty license sounds evermore. When we have enough free software and what I call, we'll throw out this dirty license sounds evermore. China's now and share the software. China's now and share the software. Hunters can get piles of money, but they cannot help their neighbors.
Hi. Hello. How are we doing? Merry Christmas. It is not Christmas. It's, you're about either 3 months late or about 9 months early. Either way, you're wrong. I didn't know Michael Reeves was half Filipino. I always forget until he mentions it, but yeah, he is half Filipino. Basically everyone in OTV is either full Asian of some variety or half Asian of some variety. I think there's like one person. I didn't know he was I did. Wait. Sorry. Okay, I can understand the. I can understand the Filipino part. You didn't know he was Lily Pichu's boyfriend? Wait. I assume you've never I assume, like, the only stuff from Lily Pichu you watch is, like, the fighting game stuff, then. Because otherwise, I would have no idea how you don't know that. Because I know you obviously like the fighting game stuff. And you see, like, various fighting game events. So, presumably, you've seen her compete in various things. I don't follow many Flesh streamers. Fair enough. I just assumed that anyone who knew about either of them knew that they were dating. Because they've been together for a good couple of years at this point, I reckon. Filipino mentioned. I don't actually watch it. I just got recommended the clip of her. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Anyway, I forgot to open my Steam client. Let me do that. How are we doing this week? How's everybody going? How's your week been doing? How is your weekend? I was going to stream last Saturday, but I woke up around League start, which was 5 a.m. And then I was like, you know what? I don't feel like streaming right now, so I'm not gonna stream PoE. But it is what it is. Let's go play some Devil May Cry. We're pretty much at the end of this game, so I'm not 100% sure on what we're gonna do. I think we have enough to do. I think we have enough to do one more stream. Like this stream here. But I don't know. Go away. I don't know about after that. And I don't know at the end of this how much is going to be left. Thank you for login bonuses.
Also, one more Roblox thing. Roblox is now using AI to rewrite your chat messages instead of filtering them. So if you swear, your message just gets AI generated to be more polite.
Wait, that's actually hilarious. Wait, I actually kind of love that. Oh, no, that's... Honestly, it's stupid. But I can't hate it. I really can't. It's better than fucking, Club Penguin, which would basically just ban you, no matter what you... Like, if you just said poop, you just get banned. Okay, now I gotta remember... how to do things. Okay, yeah. That was that. Yep. It was 1, 2. Yes. Okay. For some reason, YouTube decided to recommend me Psychopath's video essays. Now I want to rewatch it, but I'm hesitating because that show will give me depression.
You're finished. Out of my way. You're finished. Out of my way.
There's like a very...
You're finished. Out of my way.
I'm still not sure about the window on how to do that attack. Oh, yeah, Psychopaths is like... So, you know how people say, oh, you should read 1984? Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards Psychopaths being in that same camp as well. I think you should watch Psychopaths. That should be required watching in school. I feel like the audio's louder than it otherwise would be. Let me know. $1984 for weebs? Exactly. Now, I'm honestly trying to remember some of the controls. Okay. Even I don't fully remember the controls, and I'm still getting a fucking S because DMC5 is just like that. What a video game. Don't fully remember the controls. Double S. Because of course. Yeah, that's what, okay, that's what that is. Yeah, okay. I never watched season 2 for Psychopaths, I believe. I don't know why I summoned that. I think I just watched the first season. I watched season 2 and the first movie. I heard it kind of went downhill. Only season 1 is good anyway. Yeah, that's what I kind of heard. Maybe the movie. What even happens post season 1? Because it feels like season 1 kind of felt like a conclusion to the main story. Unless it's the main writer change. Yeah, something like that happened. Oh, okay. That actually explains a lot then. Is he still around? Like, is he still doing stuff? I honestly don't know. Is he involved in the new Madoka movie? That makes sense, actually. Wait, yeah, I actually forgot that was being made. Wait. Yeah, I forgot about that. When was that announced? Because I feel like that was... gotta be, like, on a decade, right? Surely. Because I remember hearing about this fucking years ago. Unless they made one, and then I'm forgetting about that one. Which is possible.
Die.
Which honestly would be very on brand, because I didn't realize there was a... like, I missed an entire season of Beastars when they announced the final season. I was gonna watch it, I was like, wait. I'm missing some context here. There's some characters here I don't know. What the fuck is this? Same thing happened with Bucky, actually. I think this happens a lot with Netflix anime. Because of the way Netflix likes to handle their releases. Obviously, Madoka's not a Netflix anime. But, like, same point, right? There's a lot of series I just entirely forget, either forget aired or somehow manage to miss when they did air. Oh, that was clean. I'm continuing stopping learning CSS to learn. Had a ton of fun with Red Joker. Played Rule 34 game. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna do that at some point. I just never got around to it. Like back when that was first announced. Roasted as mouse scrolls. I don't even want to know what my mouse scrolls were like. Because my Mao... I don't remember the last time I used Mao. My Kitsu scores are bad enough, and most of those were imported from Mao. So I don't want to know what the ones from pre-Kitsu were.
You're finished. Out of my way.
Oh, I did it! I did it! How did I do that?
Right.
Bye! And is that it? Yes. What? Okay. That's fair to bully for, but I need to know what the number was. Because we're talking like a 7 and an 8. That's a bit different from like, you know, like an 8 and a 4.
Get lost. Blast.
Because I kind of said it before, but part 4 is my least favorite part. Why don't I like part 4? It was just a big tonal shift, that's why. Part 4 was the first change away from big muscly boys. And I like my big muscly boys. Oh, thank you! Yep. I don't know if there was a way to block that, actually. It's also on a much smaller scale. And like, yeah, obviously they do journey around the town. Yeah, sure. But like, part 3 especially. Part 3 was a weird one, because I actually didn't like part 3 as much in the manga. But when I watched it animated, for some reason it felt a lot better to me. No, I grew to like part 4 as it progressed. But initially, I wasn't fully sold on it. Part 5 honestly kind of felt... And this is the problem, right? Part 5 is so fucking good. And I love Giorno so much, the character, that it's really hard for me to like rank 4 any higher. Part 6, I kind of felt in a similar way to part 4. I don't hate part 4 or part 6, but they are, if you were to ask me my ratings, they would probably They'd probably be like my lower ones. Oh, yeah, the chef. Yeah, okay. Here's a question. What are your top 3 JoJo parts? Because mine would probably be... Granted, I've not finished reading Steel Ball Run, even though I had started reading it many times. For some reason, I've started reading Steel Ball Run a bunch of times, just never got around to finishing it. Not really sure why. Can I get on that ledge? Should be able to. Maybe not. I usually you can go the proper way. This question I always struggle to answer. Yeah, I get it. I think 4... Wait, in that order? Wait, 3... Is that 3 to 1 or 1 to 3? I'm assuming that's like... I'm assuming that's 3 to 1. 1 to 3. So part 4 is your favorite. Okay. You know what? I can respect the high placement of Phantom Blood. A lot of... Honestly... Oh, God. There's something I kind of hate. There's a lot of these, like... There's a lot of these newer people that are like, oh, just skip part 1. You don't need to see Phantom Blood. Phantom Blood's boring. Yes, Phantom Blood is a weaker part, but it sets up the entire story. Why did I do that? Oh, right, yeah, you can tell. I completely forgot about the teleport. Okay, no wonder the combat felt slightly off. I forgot that I unlocked that. Part skipping is so dumb. Yeah, people constantly like, I want to get into like the latest thing. And I get it, right? Especially if something's airing and like your friends are currently watching it. But like, I don't think you should ever part skip. Like, whether it be games, whether it be like series, I'm not a fan of it. I honestly think like in most cases every part is valuable. Now you can argue for certain series, like, you know, you don't have to play DMC Devil May Cry, right? But I do think you still should. I was not aware of the online co-op mod, no. I really like part 3, but it's hard to separate the repetitive first half versus the super amazing Egypt segment. I think that's why I didn't like part 3 initially. I think reading it, it felt like it took longer. I'm not really sure about pacing, so it's hard to comment on that. But it at least felt like it was rougher. Man, I forgot how fucking stupid the combat can get when you start doing the teleports. Bosses are a problem, but regular enemies you just fucking melt. Oh yeah, no, I did see them. I did see the rework of the Blu-rays. There was a lot of animation errors in early JoJo. Granted, there's a lot of animation errors in a lot of series. Didn't they just... If I'm remembering, didn't they just forget that, Oh, even Stone Ocean... Didn't they just forget, like, what's his face? The Nazi from part 1. Didn't they just forget he was a Nazi in some shots? Stroheim, yes. I feel like they just forgot. Like they just forgot to they forgot to draw any of the memorabilia in some shots. I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the mistakes I saw. They just left Joseph still for an entire scene. They added extra frame. Of course they did. Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I actually didn't say my favorite parts. I reckon top 3. Granted, again, I have not seen I've not, like, read Steel Ball Run all the way through, so I can't include that. I would say from 3 to 1. I don't want to say Battle Tendency, because Battle Tendency is such a fucking basic answer, right? I love Battle Tendency, and I love Joseph. But, like, it is such a fucking basic answer. I'm gonna say... I reckon number 1 is gotta be part 5. We'll say number 2 is Battle Tendency. So part 2. Number 3... Honestly, Stardust Crusaders grew on me so much. I'm gonna give number 3 to Stardust Crusaders. It's a bit weird in a simple since it's utilizing how some levels you can see different players. Ah, that's actually kind of neat. You know what? I did that when I saw that was a thing in the game. I was curious like how you could use that, but like that's actually kind of awesome. And like, honestly, it would be cool if they just included that in the game, because you can network with other people. Like other people's gameplay can be in your game, right? So there's no reason why they couldn't have done something fun like that. I think it just includes like a recording of the gameplay or something like that.
Get lost.
How has he not hit me? On that note, almost. I think this is the cleanest fight we've done so far. Like, what is this? Whoa, hello. Woo! Okay. We do it together. I'm Vergil or V. I can see you as maybe Nero. Right. I would definitely be curious to see if we can get it to work. Honestly, the hitboxes in this fight feel really weird. The fact that he has hit me so few times. Okay. And I'm not good at this game. This is just a really easy fight for some reason. I'm just basically spamming attacks on him, and it's working. Somehow. There we go, I got hit eventually. What is that, 3 hits the entire fight so far? There we go. I had to end it like that. Hey, let's go. This game's so visually good. Like, I would not be mad if this game came out this year. It still looks fucking phenomenal, right? I think a lot of game devs are so focused on hyper-realism that they forget that games are supposed to be games. That's why I'm kind of worried. Oh, on that note, we don't know what it is yet. Let me show you. Johnny Young Bosch DMC 6. He posted something on... Hey, Christ. He posted something on Instagram. Where's the post? There was this post here. We don't know, like, presumably it's a teaser for the... It's for, like, like, it's a 6 here, right? Like, who knows? Maybe eventually we'll get, like, a DMC 6? RE engine is so powerful, they're still using it on stuff like RE9. They had another engine before RE engine, and I'm forgetting what it is. I do not remember what the engine was. By the way, I mentioned doing Rust again. I did see that, yes. While on the ground, after executing a drive, press Y again, then release till the sword glows. Yes, grab that one. That's fine. Grab that one. There was a move that I had that I'm forgetting how we do. Where's the thing? There's the thing. There you go. I went from C to Rust to C to C++ to Rust. That is how development tends to go. You just jump around between what you need. It's been a chaos learner program. I'm going back to Rust because I feel like I'm struggling with learning C++ and dealing with issues. So you're going to Rust. You okay. Not the suggestion I would give you, but sure. Alright, yeah, you can do that, can't you? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. Was it a Yamato move? What is the move I'm thinking of? Oh, that one. That's the one I was thinking of. Mission started! Oh, speaking of that, did you see there's a new SAO game that got announced and people are like kind of complaining about it and freaking out about it at the same time. It's like, oh my god, there's SEO games. There's like 10 of them. What do you mean there's SEO games? People are like, oh my god, they're only doing the, I think, like, first 2 floors in this one. So people are like, oh, that's so stupid. That's a waste. Like, what are you doing? But then other people are like, ooh, wait, they got this idea that maybe they're going to do, like, an evil Kirito. That could be cool. Oh, I didn't know that part. Now that's actually kind of funny. That's actually hilarious. I did not know that at all. Wait. Okay. Wait, I didn't even know you could get up there. No! Hello? Oh, wait, he swaps routes? What? Okay. Maybe did that happen last time I didn't realize? Fuck you. Bitch, I'm not getting down. Okay, apparently I'm getting down.
Blast!
Flash! That one, another really easy fight. Assuming that I don't be stupid with it. Which is difficult for me. Where are you going, Vergil? I feel like this fight is very intended for Nero's movement, and anything else is just like, it works theoretically, but like, it's a little bit scuffed. Okay. Bash syntax is extremely janky. That makes sense. Check DMs. Okay, what's up? From Warrior64. Yes, I did see that on Twitter. We knew the ending of Trails was coming up soon. Because this isn't a series that's supposed to go on forever. Like, there is a storyline, there is a point that they want to get to. But we didn't know really how, like, we don't know how many games there's still left. That's one thing we don't know. And they very well could, oh no, we don't know if they're gonna make more remakes either. That's the thing. They could very well remake Trails to Zero and Trails to Azure. It would be weird, but like they could. I don't think they can do Cold Steel. Cold Steel doesn't make any sense to remake. I guess they could if they really wanted to make money. Yeah, we know Sky 2 is coming. They'll probably, my guess is at the very least they'll remake all of Sky. After that, who knows? What a boss fight. So the thing with Sky 1, 2, and 3. Let me quit out of the game for a moment.
By the way, I made a TMUX script a few days back and made a keybind in ZSH to exec it.
Oh.
Turns out, if you use a widget to do this, ZLE will mess with stdin and break reading user input. Found that out the hard way and was wondering why my script was broken for half a day.
Like, I don't think there's any point remaking Cold Steel, but doing through Sky makes sense. Just because modern gamers are pussies. And they don't want to deal with, like, you know, they don't want to deal with great-looking older art style. This is, like, I can see them remaking Sky 3 as well. They probably will. Like, if you're going to remake Sky 1 and 2, you're probably going to remake Sky 3. I don't see why you wouldn't do that. Whether they want to do Zero and Azure after that, because Zero and Azure also have a similar art style. Trails, Cold Steel. Like, they could do Cold Steel, right? Like they could do Cold Steel, but Cold Steel was when they swapped to this art style. When the video wants to load. Lit video play.
To the chase with my biggest.
This art style, which like old Falcom 3D was not good, but it was at least 3D. Hey, everybody, are you having as much fun with Push as I did? Oh, with Peak. Yeah, no, it's great. I am loving this game. The only problems that DMC5 has are the game doesn't actually start until you start getting like some abilities to play with. Honestly, I'm more interested in the East games than Trails. Have you played any of the East games? And that makes sense for you, because you're more of an action gamer. Honestly, I love both series a lot. I need to play more East. I played it at Origins. Okay. That's a very interesting choice to go with. But, sure, okay. Origins is a game that makes no sense unless you have context of the rest, like, of at least some other games. Preferably if you played 1 and 2. But 1 and 2 is also a very weird set of games as well, because they don't use the modern combat system. They use the bump combat system. And bump combat is real strange. Here's the thing. 8 is incredibly good, but 8's incredibly good. Like, that's the problem, right? I don't know if 8's gonna give you a false sense of what the games are. Kind of like starting with Yakuza 0, right? We're like, yes, like, the other Yakuza games are incredible, but 0 is so good that a lot of people bounce off when they go back and play the other games. If I was to give you an actual, a point that's good, but is not gonna, like, sort of give you too much, honestly, like, Memories of Celceta, but I started with 8 myself. You just have to, like, be willing to put yourself into the mindset of the earlier games, right? Because 8 is a game that builds on, like, what? When was the first East game? East 1. 30-something years of game design, right? So, as long as you're willing to, like, sort of put yourself in the mindset for the older games, I think 8's a totally fine place to start. But just, yeah, make sure you keep that in mind with sort of how you're approaching the games. Because Memories of Celceta is a remake of 4, I want to say. So, the East games have been remade a couple of times. Up until 4, I believe all of them use the bump combat. Started Zero's ending Kiwami 1, went, where the fuck is this the exact same game? Then found out a lot of the other mainstream are basically the same at the core. So if I do play Yakuza game now, it's going to be sort of either playing Fist of the North Star or Sonic. Okay, sure. I guess you can do that. It's your life, ultimately. Not what I would recommend, but I guess you can do that. Zero is so good. That's the problem. Zero is so good. I think Zero often spoils people. I don't just mean like spoiling on the story. I mean like actually spoiling on a game that's so fucking good. And I think the more you play older games, the more you kind of get used to like putting yourself into the mindset of it, right? Here's a good example. If you go back and play DMC 1 after playing 5, and you expect it to be 5, it's going to be one of the worst games you've ever played. Because DMC 1 is like, it's a Resident Evil game. It's a Resident Evil game, basically. But if you can put yourself in the mindset of what the game is supposed to be, and you set your expectations right, I think you can enjoy older stuff like that. Yep. Well, not just that, but also just big character changes, right? Like Majima, right? Oh, also Nishiki, I guess, right? Like, not knowing that Nishiki... Like, how Nishiki was supposed to be from the start, right? I can see that sort of being a problem for people as well. DMC2 is just painful no matter what. DMC2 is a weird game. I have the uncontroversial opinion that I like the combat more in DMC2. But DMC2 it's a fucking mess of a game. Yeah, so the problem with DMC2 regarding the whole third-person shooter stuff, they didn't cap the fire rate of the guns. So, if you just pressed the button faster, you just did more damage. Which obviously is not how that's supposed to work. At least any sensible game design would tell you that. But apparently that's how it works in DMC2. Which does make a lot of the fights very trivial. Because all you end up doing is just dodging the attacks and just firing. Because that is the optimal way to play the game. And the fun thing about it is, I believe it also raised your combo. I could be mistaken there, but I think just spamming guns didn't have a combo limit on it. Can you just use an auto clicker on it? Yes. Yes. Maybe there was some sort of cap, but I couldn't hit the cap by pressing the button. So if there was a cap, I don't know what the cap was. I do like the jump for this as an attack. What I can say for sure is that the cap is higher than you could reasonably press. That's what I know for a fact. What the cap actually is, who knows? Probably something related to frame rate. I don't know. But it's enough that as a regular player, you can spam the button as quickly as possible, and it will keep going up. And frankly, that's all that matters, right? Because most people are not running turbo buttons at this point. Vergil, you okay? It's a well-known fact the guns had no... Oh, they had no fire rate limit. Okay, well, there's your answer, I guess. Wait, so... If you were to input, like, I don't know, 100 inputs a second, for example, that would just be fine. Because you could basically... Wait. If there's no fire rate, does that mean a Taz could, like, insta-kill basically every boss? Obviously, a person can't do that, right? Like, you don't have the... You can't do that. I've never seen a Taz run for DMC2, but assuming there is no fire... Like, 0 fire rate cap at all, you could probably, like, insta-kill every boss then. Unless there is some sort of cap. It's just... You're not gonna hit it. What happens if you bind a bunch of keyboard keys to a mouse click and start spamming the keyboard? Presumably if it doesn't ignore the inputs, because you're pressing different keys, I would assume that it just works. Again, I don't see why it wouldn't. Yeah, let's go, brother! Honestly, Vergil does make the game a little bit too easy to be really cool. Bet you want to get that teleport? Because that teleport's going to get you out of basically every dangerous situation. There we go. Holy shit. I don't think it would see different... Yeah, I don't know how the game's programmed. I don't think anyone cares enough about DMC2 to work out the actual limitations of the gun combat. Right? If this was any other DMC game, people would know. And maybe someone knows. Maybe there is a hardcore DMC2 fan that does know. But I'm gonna assume that this is not something anyone has spent much time thinking about. And it's probably for the best because it's DMC2 and it's not that good of a game. It's not that bad of a game. I think people oversell how bad DMC2 is. They're like, oh my god, you should never play DMC2. It's the worst thing ever created. Where the fuck are you going, Vergil? I think you should, if you like DMC, I think you should experience DMC2. I do not think the teleporting plays nicely on the escalator. I feel like it does some weird things with your momentum on there. Really? Okay. Maybe there is a cap of some sort then. Or maybe if you're tazzing, like, melee attacks are still just more optimal. Here's a question. Is DMC 2 or DMC Devil May Cry worse? Because I like DMC Devil May Cry. And I was told that was awful as well. Wait, Netflix DMC is a new trailer? Oh shit! Okay, no, we gotta watch that. I'm so excited. It's gonna be fucking awful. I missed half that combo. When did the trailer come out? Like just today? Oh, let's go! I'm getting smoking sexy style constantly in this one. I can't wait till Dante's the main character and everything gets even more fucking ruined. Who was your... Here's a good one. Who did you like less in the DMC anime? Lady or Dante? DMC anime season 2 trailer. There's one 6 months ago. When's this new one? Wait, that's actually kind of based. Wait, no, that's actually incredible.
Got some more slop for you guys to...
Wait, that's actually insanely based. No, I respect this guy. Look at this. He made a video called DMC6 got confirmed, and he decided to use this
Got some more slop for you guys today.
as the background gameplay. Oh, what a fucking legend. See, look how cool this game is. Like, and people hate it because of what it is. Because it's not a DMC game. Like, DMC Devil May Cry is such a good fucking game. It's just not a DMC game at all. But, yeah, where's this new trailer? Unless it was, like, a couple of weeks ago. Oh, 2 weeks old? Okay. Have I seen it? I actually don't know. Oh, the Ebony and Ivory one. Yeah, this is the one that Twitter was having fun with. Because they're like, oh my god, Dante, he reloads his guns with demon power. And then people are like, no, you're actually a fucking tourist. Because apparently when Dante was young, he didn't yet know how to... And this is like in the manga that came out, like, it's fucking 10 years ago or something. Like, he wasn't able to reload his guns with demon power at that time.
For the chicks.
Ooh, those are two fine ladies you're holding. Ebony and Ivory.
I hate her
I
voice.
based their portraits off of my own. Can't you tell?
Also, it's just animation straight up copied from, Corridor Digital. What is like my big opinion's biggest crime? You know who voices Dante? I've said it before. Oh god, she's back.
Yeah, I think I can work with these. Found your old mercenary alias.
It's the most thoughtful gift anyone's ever given me.
It's so bad. It's fucking, I don't know what they're gonna do if they ever decide to bring Nero in, because that's Nero's voice actor. Dante is voiced by Nero's voice actor. I don't know why they made that choice. I know it's like a younger Dante, but even so, it's such a fucking strange choice. Like, it's one thing to use a different voice. It's another thing to use a voice of an established character.
Get lost! Beat! Blast! Get lost! Wreck it up!
Cosmic Linus offered to beta test Cosmic. It's okay. What they'll do is kill off Dante, only have Lady show up whenever they want Nero on the show. Wait, did they... Was, I'm pretty sure Trish wasn't in Season 1, yeah? I'm pretty sure we haven't seen Trish yet. Otherwise, I would remember Trish being a horrible character. I'm so worried what they're gonna do with any of the other characters they've not introduced. We haven't seen Trish. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Are you excited? Here's a question. Did you watch Season 1, and are you going to be watching Season 2? Because I 100% will be. Not because it's good, but because it's so fucking offensively bad. And honestly, I'm a sucker for just like really, really, really bad series. Hello! We're just talking about the DMC anime and how it's gonna be absolutely horrible. But I'm gonna watch it anyway because I hate myself apparently. Oh God. Why is Shane so... yeah, there's a lot of stuff been going on in the manga recently, so I don't know if they're like, you're seeing like recent manga stuff or just like in general stuff that's not been covered in the anime yet. Because there's a lot of things that answer could be. Like, we could talk about spoilers for Chainsaw Man from, like, fucking 4 years ago. That hasn't been in the anime yet. Okay. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, and... Too slow. You're too slow. No! Oh my God! No! Fuck, I saw that. I actually saw that coming. if you want to send me a DM with whatever the spoiler was, feel free to. Not funny, not funny waifu. And oh my god, this fucking guy has too much health now. Oh no, I guess I thought I blocked it. No. Oh my god. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do I hate my government? Depends on the day of the week.
I will not allow this.
Okay, that wait, that was actually sick. I forgot that does damage. Okay, what was it? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I thought, when you said spoiler, I thought you were talking about, a new female lead character that gets involved and how she shows up. I'd say new, but she's been in the fucking series for like, I don't even know how many years at this point. Oh, I meant to go customize first. Continue. Okay, it's not gonna put me back in that menu. Or talking about what the Chainsaw Devil's like full ability is, because we haven't really, like, the anime is quite a while from seeing that. Because all that is known for anime viewers is chainsaws cut things. That's all I'll say for anyone who hasn't, who either hasn't read the manga or hasn't already been spoiled on it. Honestly, the more Chainsaw Man keeps going on, the more it makes me want to go back and finish reading Fire Punch. Because I actually was reading Fire Punch from chapter 1, right? I knew about Fire Punch from fucking the very start of it, and I just never finished reading it. Fire Punch is a weird, like, it's such a fucking tone shift. Like, constantly shifting tones. Also, if Berserk is too much for you, maybe don't read Fire Punch. Yeah, if you can't handle Berserk, Fire Punch, I would argue, is in many ways worse. Hey yo, new here. Hello, hello, hello. Wait. Has that been there for a while? Wait, do the YouTube messages not show up right now? Does this work? I thought it was working. Eh? No. Why are the YouTube messages not showing up? It's set like it should be. Man, the restream chat honestly causes more problems. Combine, like, mate, I still haven't set up the other combined chat, but hopefully the other combined chat works better. I just haven't had time to set it up yet. Sounds like a challenge. Oh yeah, no, Fire Punch is really cooked. Yeah, he's been, basically, he's been writing, like, really dark stuff for a while. Actually, one other thing I need to get around to watching is the anthology anime. There was an anime that adapted, like, a lot of his earlier one-offs. And I haven't got around to watching it yet. But apparently it's really good. Now, Fire Punch is a series that I don't think will ever actually get adapted because it's look, if we can't get a good adaptation of fucking Berserk, I don't think we'll get a good adaptation of Fire Punch. I fucking hate this enemy. Oh my. Yep. Okay. Stop fucking teleporting around. Oh my fucking god. I don't like them. I still don't like them. I don't like them my first run. I don't like them now. They're almost dead already. What a good start. Oh. So I saw this, I think it's a VTuber drama. I actually don't know, right? So there were these VTubers on Twitter that were like, I can't believe this person I'm following is following this person that is bad. Now, I'm not like leaving out names here. That's basically the tweet. It was just vague posting about somebody that may have been that they may have been following that happened to be following somebody else. But nobody was ever saying who was following who and why that was bad. Don't you love when people just fucking I don't know, it was like there was a bunch of different like small indie VTubers. So I don't even know if they were talking about the same person. Like I genuinely have no idea who or what they were talking about. And this is a lot of this seems to be a lot of like indie VTuber drama. It's just like vague post about things that maybe somebody else maybe knows, but nobody is totally sure. So everyone just starts vague posting about the people they have their own problems with. But nobody confirms whether it's the same person or not. So you basically end up just all talking about different people. The drama's so obscure, even medieval people doesn't know. It's like, again, it's tiny indie VTuber nonsense. It's like 50 viewer streamer nonsense. Unrelated, it's still funny how System 76 is casually the only distro adult trying to take one for the entire gang of Linux distros right now regarding a certain legal thing. Yeah. Okay, to be fair, most of them are not based in the US, so talking to US politicians would be a bit more difficult. However, Red Hat has no excuse. Weak. I know everything VTubers do. Yeah, no, I do have a lot of respect for what Carl's doing. Because Carl doesn't need to be doing this. Like, yeah, it's good for his business. Sure. But he could just say, okay, we're just going to implement this and not worry about it. But he's actually going and talking to local politicians, trying to change things. And this is all whilst people were just talking shit about System 76 and about them adopting, like, these, like, or coming up with solutions to, like, adopt these laws. I think a lot of people don't realize that the point of a mailing list, or, like, and the point of, like, a public discourse is so you know what a project is discussing. People are, like, freaking out about, oh my god, there's discussions in the Ubuntu mailing list about what could be done here. Like, yeah. Do you want it to be done in a private matrix room? Like, they're obviously going to talk about it. I would much prefer it to be in a public mailing list where people are going to see it than in, like, in a private matrix where nobody can, like, comment on what they're doing. But people are so fucking... They're so sort of worried about what's happening here, and understandably so. But, like, even when totally reasonable things are happening, and I guess there's this expectation that, like, you're just not gonna talk about this. You're just gonna, like, ignore the problem. There's this idea, right, that, like, oh, you can just, like, not... Just, if you just don't follow the law, right, they won't do anything. They can't fine us all. Which is obviously not how that works, and thank God somebody has a brain.
Get lost.
Okay. A grab matrix sure is a workaround for matrix moderation issues. Yeah, if no one can join it, yeah, it's a great way to deal with the issues. Hold on, are we... Is that... Yeah, no, stream to the right place. Did I... Wait, hold on, one more thing. I think I forgot to post in the Discord, didn't I? Oh, yeah, we did. Okay. Live, by the way. Forgot to post. What's the latest drama we have today? You know, I think... Actually, you want to know what the latest drama is? Is it still here? Well, I posted it anyway. Here's the latest drama. This is the latest drama. Somebody didn't realize the Moonlight Greatsword came from, Kingsfield, not Dark Souls. And then I made a shit post about it, and the post, like, absolutely... Where is it? It, like, absolutely bodied him. What did it get? 600 likes? 800 likes. It absolutely bodies him. A bunch of other people also absolutely fucking bodied him as well. And then it was, like, on Twitter news. That's the news. That's the news. That's the latest drama. No, I didn't get community noted. That's the post that I quote tweeted, the community noted. Yeah, OP who thought that some random video game sword was from the wrong random video game. That was big drama. That's the biggest drama on Twitter right now. That is the most important drama you will ever see. How dare you think the video game sword is from the other video game, not the right video game? Oh, actually, wait. Not drama. But the Unicode Emporium Consortium, whatever the fuck they are, they allowed for some new emoji. Are you aware of the new emoji? Because they are fire. Absolute fire. And I'm so happy they finally let some of these through. Because some of them have been on the list for a while. Inflate, yes, okay, you are aware of one of them at least. That's a relatively new one, but there's some old additions on there they finally let through. Let me just kill these guys.
We die.
And then we will check that. Didn't react to the later one many months ago. It's now been fully accepted. It's now official Unicode. Can you not get off screen where I can't hit you?
Don't move.
Nope, that was not enough to kill him. One thing I don't like is when they're at low health, you actually can't see how much health they have left. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Should be in my likes. Surrounded by all the hentai. Where's the post? Here we go. Here we go. Here are the new... Now, they're calling them iOS emojis, but they're part of the Unicode standard now. Trombone, boring, don't care. Treasure chest, don't care. Distorted face is official emoji. Unicode Consortium distorted face doc. Is it this one? No, that's disguised face. Where's... Here we go. And here's a part of Emojipedia. Unicode 17.0. Can we see the... They don't link out to the proposal docs here. "17.0 proposals. Here we go. Wait. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Here is the website loads fucking slowly. Why does it take this long to load tiny fucking images? Okay, we'll let this just do its thing for the next 10 minutes. Hairy creature! Thank God we have hairy creature, the most important emoji. Fight cloud, boring. Orca. We have it's another dick emoji. We distorted face orca. Or you could do orca hairy creature. Honestly, hairy creature is such a good addition. Hello, hello, hello. We're talking about emoji. Okay, lots of other ones. There's a lot of proposals for 17.0. Wait, someone proposed a seal? Cockroach! This is still loading, by the way. Like, I don't know why it takes so fucking long to load a bunch of tiny images. And why they couldn't just load the list before they load the images. Anyway, this is now an official emoji. If we search hairy creature... Actually, wait, this should be... What else was accepted in 17.0? Fight Cloud, hairy creature. We have bunny girls now. Bunny girls, fair enough. Lots of variations. Wait. Oh my god, this... I feel so bad for font developers. Right, it's one thing to deal with skin tone variants of emoji, but they are doing skin tone variants for both sides of the emoji. So, I think there's what, 5? How many shades does emoji support at this point? Isn't it like 7? So it's like you have 7 for both sides, and do they do... Oh, and they have male and female. 7 for both sides, male and female. I feel so fucking bad for font developers, man. Having to deal with this many iterations of the same emoji. That's crazy. Like, why do you have 2 people in the emoji? This just makes it more complicated. Is there any reason you couldn't just have like 2, like 1 person and you just post them together? Like, there's no reason you need to have 2 people in the emoji. This just makes it more complicated. Same with the wrestling one. Exactly the same problem. Most of the fucking update are just the skin tone variants of 2 emoji because they decided to put 2 people in 1 emoji. I guess for wrestling it makes sense why you'd have to do that. But no, actually no, because you could just do left and right. You could just do a left version and a right version and then delete, like, fucking half these variations. Why have you done this? Why have you done it like this? This is just overcomplicating it. Anyway. Enough ranting about how shit the emoji system is and why they... Like, I don't care about having skin tones, but don't put 2 people in the emoji. Just makes it complicated. Is this still loading? It's... It's still loading! It's still loading! Oh my god. I don't even know what some of these ones are in for this. Like, there's a lot of ones that obviously weren't accepted. Dotted line face. Hair pick. See, we haven't even got to the ones that have been accepted yet. This is why we only accept Simpson skin tones. See, this is what, like, this, like, moving away from just having the generic Simpsons skin tone has actually made everyone's life so much harder. But hey, it's what they decided to do it, so now they got to deal with it. Yeah, this is never going to load to the ones we actually want to see. There are too many fucking standards. If we go to this one. No, this is gonna just reload it again. Yeah, how is their site so fucking bad? Like, again, how does it take that long to just load a bunch of fucking images? What did we find here? This is a web archive link of a Google user content. The missing image from their blog post. I see. Wait, there's an Apple core as well? Again, as I said, this is another dick emoji. Do they link out to the proposals? Oh, the image that they... Yeah, okay. What a shit blog post. Fucking link your proposals! Why do you make my life harder by not linking your goddamn proposals? I might do a video on the Unicode 17 thing, just because it's funny. Like, a lot of people I don't think know how Unicode, like how emojis even get accepted. And, like, the fact that there are proposals done for them. I did a video on this, I think what was the Unicode emoji video I did in the past? Because I know I did do one. I do not remember exactly what it was about. Make the thumbnail a massive inflated. That is what I will be doing. 100%. It will take a while until some of the emoji fonts support it, though. Which is sad. So there's an argument for font devs to just automate generating each iteration. I don't actually know how font development is handled. There's probably some way... You could probably just, like, color fill it, couldn't you? Theoretically. I don't see why you couldn't. Do we have catgirl emojis? We do. We have cats that are girls. Close enough. I don't think so, no.
Blast!
Unicode is such a... Like, Unicode is honestly such a mess of a standard. It will be funny if we eventually hit a point where we actually... We have so many variations that making an emoji font is just pretty much impossible. Which, honestly, we're kind of getting to that point. And also, it'll be hilarious if we get to a point where we actually run out of emoji space. Oh, run out of Unicode space. And we're gonna come up with a new standard to deal with it. Because, like, you know, we'll never need... how big is Unicode space, actually?
Clean cut.
17 just added skin tones for bunny people emoji. Wait, 17 just added skin tones for bunny people emojis. 1.1 million code points. See, that sounds like we'll never run out. But at the rate we're going, there is, like, if Unicode stays around for, let's say, 100 years, right? And we keep adding emoji. And also, there are languages not supported by Unicode. So if we uncover more languages and we actually, like, properly encode them, like, there's a non-zero chance that we eventually run out of Unicode code points. Especially if they start doing more of these two people and emoji thing, and then you give one emoji fucking 50 variants. Do skin tones, but don't fucking have both people in the emoji. It's way too much work. Also, I feel bad for any emoji, for any emoji selector developers. Yeah, most of the variants at this point are skin color variants. Oh, most of the emoji are skin color variants. Whenever they add a new emoji that needs to be skin color varianted, it ends up adding like 30 or 40 code points. Again, see what I mean? There may legitimately come a point where we actually run out of emojis, run out of like Unicode. Like it sounds stupid. It's kind of, you know what it's kind of like? It's kind of like saying, oh, we'll eventually run out of IPv6 addresses. It sounds stupid, but people in the 90s legitimately, maybe in the 80s, legitimately thought that we would never run out of IPv4, right? Like, it sounds ridiculous, but I don't know. I actually don't know. I do feel like they've got to come up with a more, I don't know, long-term solution for the skin tone one. Maybe some way of allowing that to be on the user side where they can actually just determine it and it gets rendered by the application. I don't know. So instead of having, here you go. Instead of having the emoji encoded as specific colors, design a system that you can sort of, you as a user can set a skin color and then that gets rendered by the application. So instead of being like a pictogram, an image, it is a set of drawing instructions. So basically it's like we effectively start handling it like a vector. And they're already vectorized anyway, so I don't see why that would be impossible to handle. And yes, there was an IPv5, it was abandoned, yes. And before you ask, yes, there was IPv1 and 2 as well. We've done this bit before. But let me show you. Internet Protocol. Here you go. Here you go. IPv0, which is reserved. I don't know what that means. 1, obsolete. 2, obsolete. 3, obsolete. 4, in use. 5, was used at one point, obsolete. A part of 6, obsolete. Main version, active. 7, obsolete. Some of this stuff was like things of the past. Also, some of these are jokes. And then your Chinese IPv9, which was appears to be proposed to link internet addressing with Chinese 10-digit phone numbers. Okay, sure. China. Though I fear for software like Discord making up tone selectors after 2 people. There's no emoji that yes, I agree, but there's no emoji that I'm aware of that could cause any big problems there. Yes, I know what Discord users are like. Dynamic IPv9. Oh, want to go over... Can I get over there as Vergil? I actually don't think I can. Because that was more of a... Nero? I think you need a double jump to get there. Maybe you can get there somehow, but I don't know. Honestly, IPv6 is an interesting one, so... Just the fact that you can assign a address to every system, that doesn't mean that you should, right? Because you don't need... With IPv6, you don't need to handle, like, routers and internal networks and all this bullshit. You can give everything its own address. But also, at the same time, that's really, really bad for privacy. Like, that's insanely bad for privacy. Let alone the fact that, also, it basically creates a perfect situation for DDoSing. So it's like, yeah, you can give every system its own IP address, but you don't want to. Oh, it's this far. Yeah, okay. Okay, that was not the way I wanted to go. I want to go this way, apparently. I didn't understand. I need my washer, dishwasher, light bulb, and outlet. My Alexa all connected. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, like, the older I get, and maybe... this is something I've noticed. There's a difference between tech enthusiasts and technological... People who are, like, tech enthusiasts, people who like tech, right? What I've noticed is people who like tech, a lot of them are kind of boomers when it comes to a lot of the new stuff. It's like, I don't want to deal with smart devices. I don't want to deal with... Like, for example, in my case, I don't put my credit card in my phone. Like, that just seems like... That just seems like a recipe for disaster. Tech enthusiast is tech savvy. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's some people who like tech just for being tech. And there's other people that kind of like... They sort of like tech for what it enables them to do, I guess. I don't think there's anything wrong with just not caring about, like, about the, whether or not something is good to run. But at the same time, like, I personally, yeah, I try to avoid running a lot of things. I got my things that I think are useful, and I don't want to change anything from that. That's basically where I'm at. Oh my god! The reason why mechanics often drive B. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good point. So my my sister's partner, he's not a mechanic anymore. He was. He drives, and it's not a nice one because I wouldn't be mean to it otherwise. He drives a shitbox falling apart Civic. Like a fucking half falling apart, barely runs 90 Civic. What did I say? Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Yeah, sorry, what did I say? Did I say something weird? Hello, hello, hello. I think the only... Do I have any smart... Like, besides my phone, obviously. I don't really think I have any smart devices. Yes. Oh. Vergil the GOAT. Vergil gameplay, at least on, you know, going through the first time we have to play on, yeah, Vergil just makes things Vergil makes everything easier, we'll say. Even though I'm still not good at the game. Like, gotta love it. To meet my favorite lawyer from JJK. Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying the series. Like there's a lot of stuff that I am behind on, but that is one that I am keeping up with. I need to, when I have some more time as of next weekend, I will catch up on my missing seasonals.
Get lost.
Because I'm kind of sad that I keep on everything right now. Because I've actually been doing stuff on the weekend, which I don't normally do. Usually I just sit around playing video games and watching anime. I've actually been doing this thing called going out. That's going to be stopping very soon. Because I'll be running out of things that I had planned. But, you know, very important to get out sometimes. At least once a year. Maybe, if I feel like it. Bye. And... fuck you. Are you serious? There we go. Where you found a date? No, I didn't find a date. I've been going to comedy shows. It is the Adelaide Fringe. So that means there's a lot of comedy, magic, music, various other events going on. I'm just doing lots of comedy though. Lots and lots of comedy. If somebody knows a stupidly overbuilt smart bulb that's actually running BusyBox rather than ESP32 under the hood, please let me know. SSHing into a light bulb is a level of stupid I need in my life. There's got to be something, surely. Even if it doesn't need to exist. And probably shouldn't exist, actually. And you're done. Let's go! Is there anything weeb related at the festival? There are Japanese comedians. There was one show that I wanted to go to. Like there was a Manzai show. Sadly, the ticket sold out before I realized it was happening. Otherwise, I definitely would have gone to it. Nope. Fuck you! Oh, there was a new game that people were talking about recently. What was it called? It was very, very DMC inspired. There's another one that I'm definitely gonna check out that Yoko Taro was talking about. A game that plays quite similarly to Nier Automata. I own a drill now. Is that safe? I am the storm. Come. What a legend. Is it developed by an Asian country that isn't Japan? Let me see if I can find the game. Stome. Probably not safe. Yeah, that's that's what I was thinking. Where's my wish list? How do we find the wish list? Community, inventory. What the fuck is wish list? Oh, there's wish list. Yeah, here's a game that I'm probably gonna check out. I think it's out. It's out. You got near balls. Of course, you got. It wouldn't be a Weave game without the Vergil Judgment Cut End. Honestly, this looks sick. I want to point it at someone with the drill been removed and yelled, you're screwed. Yeah, you know, I can see... I saw it that time, but I can see why YouTube might have had an issue with that one. Did you hear about the ULLI thing Mr. Mental Outlaw made a video on? I heard that there was a video that he made there was a video he made on a thing. I think it was in my... I think it was in my recommendation. But no, I'm not aware of what it is. There's a secret. Oh. Where is the point? Is it up here? Aha! Sounds like another Opries. Mmm. Oh my, okay, this is gonna be interesting. I may be able to do cool shit, but can I do cool shit fast? That is the question. There we go. Yeah, probably because it's easier for me to use than a manual screwdriver and the dork bob. The dog bob. The dog bob keeps falling off. I want to build a new PC eventually, which involves screws. I don't know how well a drill and a PC is gonna go. I've never done that myself. I would hope it has some sort of torque setting, because otherwise that's a very easy way to crack a motherboard. This way, yes. The trigger is pressure sensitive. I see. Okay, okay. That's fair then. Because yeah, I could very easily see that going really, really badly. I think Opry's is still somewhat going. I'm not fully sure though. The dev did like take a break for a while, had like university stuff. I might check it out though. Wolf's White? Honestly, like, my concern with if they decide to do a DMC6 is what are we gonna see, like, tonally for the style? Because this game's been through a couple of different, like, honestly, a couple of really distinct art styles, right? The first game looks drastically different to pretty much any of the other later entries. Again, the first game is a Resident Evil game, so it kind of makes sense. I think DMC 6 or 7 makes a 6 or 7 joke. Thankfully, they're not American, so I think they can avoid that. Now, whether the dub's going to be able to, you know, we'll see about that. Oh, do you see that, Charlie did some voice... I think he... fucking... I don't know. Charlie did voice acting for something. I don't fucking know what it was. But he put out a video recently, basically complaining about how fucking terrible the, working on the Ian dub is. Bucky. It was Bucky. Yeah, okay. I still need to watch the new season of Bucky. Because, honestly, I'm kind of surprised the Bucky's gotten so adapted, right? I'm curious to see if they're gonna do the next bit, because the next bit, the next like Bucky series isn't about Bucky. It's about Jack. I don't know why he decided to do it, but he decided to like make a series about Jack being the main, with Jack being the main character. Did you see new V-Stars? Yeah, I'm the same way as well. I do have wait, sorry, I didn't realize until just now. Vergil reverse, no, stop it, stop, we need to address this. Vergil will reverse grip his katana? What a fucking weeb! No fucking way! He reverse grips his goddamn katana. Man, that's actually crazy. No, I think he voiced, like... No, he voiced, like, a random cop. I don't know the context of the characters. I've not seen the new season yet. But it's, like, some random side character that shows up, like, a couple of times. Once or twice. I don't know. Either I can send over DMs or I can describe what I did. Your choice. Either way, it's cursed. If you want to send a picture, send a picture. I would be curious to know what is cursed. Well, it does involve creating a custom drill down shader for your GPU.
Blast!
Blast! Bonk! Can you stop fucking teleporting, mate? Bonk! I do like that going, to bring the clone out does sort of stun them for a moment. So it's actually optimal to... Also, I think you get... I'm pretty sure you get items with this as well. So it's optimal to actually do it in a group than it is to, like, do away from the enemies. Everything about Vergil is just how to be as aggressive as possible. You send a picture? Let us see. I hope that's not plugged into anything. Tell me that's not plugged into anything. Apple, when you ask them to make a drill. Apple is a hardware company. That's what this is. That's what we are witnessing. That's what we are witnessing. I don't know what the fuck Apple was thinking when they made that mouse, man. Like, I get it. They're like, we don't want the charging port to be in a visible location. We want it to be clean and magic. The problem is, clean and magic doesn't work if you don't have any way to fucking charge it. Wait, I just realized, has that been cut off? Is that not 16:9? It should be. Whatever. I love it. Thank you for the picture. I was sternly warned not to plug it in. It should be fine, assuming it's not actually touching the metal at the back. Probably. Even if it is, a lot of the chargers have like a plastic ring on the outside, so unless you actually had inserted something into it, it probably would be fine. Now, am I encouraging you to do this? No, don't do it, but it probably would be fine. What is this? The video isn't available anymore. Did you send the wrong link? That would be a yes. Yes, you did. Firefox moment. Okay, that's fair. don't like fighting two of these guys. Okay. Honestly, my main problem with these enemies is their fucking stun resistance is so high. So many of the other enemies, if you hit them a couple of times, you will stun them. These guys, I don't think you reasonably can. Well, okay, you can stun them, but the stun threshold is way higher. And most of the stuns seem to come from fucking blocking or doing that. The fucking Devil Trigger clone, that seems to be consistent. I do like the fact that if you time your attack right, you can block with an attack, which lets you do cool shit like blocking with the gauntlets. Why does it need to be like that? It doesn't, but it's sick. At least when it works. Otherwise, you just get fucking pummeled. There we go. Honestly, it's so cool. It's so cool when it works that it's kind of hard not to do it, even when you know it's not gonna work. Like that. It's a 12-volt charger, so it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Probably. I'm not an engineer. I fixed ooh! Okay, we might check that one out afterwards, actually. When was the shitty magic mouse? When did that come out? Because there is a solution for it. There's actually a really good solution for it. And Logitech has the solution. This is the solution. A charging mouse pad. Yeah, exactly. And this is Apple pricing even. Like, there's no reason... Okay, the reason why it's like that is Apple wanted it to be magic, right? They didn't want to have any, like, weird setup or anything like that, but they could have sold you a thing that wirelessly charged the mouse. Like, that, they could have made it a wireless charge mouse. There's no reason they couldn't have done that. They just were like, nah, fuck you. Here's a charging port on the bottom because... Honestly, I don't know how that made it through QA, right? Again, what year was the Magic Mouse? Like the stupid one. Back to forward and Y. Okay. Oh. Okay, it's not a charge attack. You can't charge that one. Okay. 2009. When did... 2009? Really? Wait, so that's something that fucking... That's something Steve Jobs let happen. Okay, that's actually crazy. I thought it was later than that. Okay, 2015. Was Steve Jobs alive when the stupid one came out? I know the Magic Mouse was way older, but I specifically mean the charging on the bottom. When did Steve Jobs die? Was that after Steve Jobs? (2011). Okay, so this actually is this actually is the Steve Jobs never would have let this happen meme. Anytime people talk about like really bad Apple design, that's like the first thing I bring up. But like Steve Jobs never would have let this happen. Oh my god. Who's Steve Jobs? He's the old... He was Steve Apple before Tim Apple. He was the previous member of the Apple family. Lick my balls. I don't know why you're saying lick my balls, but yeah, lick my balls. What the fuck?
Reminder that Apple actually tried making a Qi mouse in air power and failed miserably before it even exited production.
Did they? I guess, yeah, it never extra production. I didn't even realize that. Okay.
Now
it was cancelled due to heat issues. Okay. Well, clearly Logitech made it happen. Granted, I don't remember when the Power Play came out, so it might like tech might have gotten better by then. AKA the MagSafe charger. We love MagSafe. Oh! Speaking of Logitech, one thing I'm really sad about is my G600. So, the issues I was having with clicking. Remember how I was saying, oh, for some reason it seems like my double click or my drag wasn't working. Most of my issues were tied to my old hard drive. Like, browser pages not loading, mouse drag not working. I was having issues where my video player would freeze up when I was rendering stuff. All of that was tied to my old hard drive. But one thing I am sad about, and it's going to be sad when I end up having to buy a new mouse eventually, is sadly, Logitech did discontinue my favorite mouse, the one I'm using right now, the Logitech G600. I am so sad. This isn't even older version. This is like, they've had it since like a really old logo. I love the G600. I'm gonna be so sad when I have to replace this, because there is not a mouse that is comparable to it that I know of. There are some pretty solid mice out there, but if you want to buy one now, they're like $400 because they're not making them anymore. So the only stock that is left are like fucking collectors. People are fucking collectors for a fucking MMO mouse. Yeah, it was like, I think I paid like 50 Australian dollars when I bought mine. Keys and a mouse. Keys and a mouse is great. If you've never played an MMO or played like just any game where you really want to have both mouse control and keyboard control at the same time, having a MMO mouse is so nice. I don't even know what I'm... And now, well, yeah, exactly. Maybe you can find new old stock, but it's so unlikely. I legitimately don't know what mouse I'm gonna buy after this. Because I'm not gonna go back to a G502. Like, ever since I got an MMO mouse, I cannot go back to, like, daily driving a mouse that, that is an MMO mouse. It's so convenient for gaming. Like, for the games I play on the mouse, which are not many, for games like, honestly, I cannot play Path of Exile going back to doing everything on the keyboard. I definitely can't play fucking FF14 on the keyboard. Absolutely not. I want my mouse control. And yeah. Obviously, people did it for a long time, but once you go to it, you cannot go back. There are other MMO mouses that exist. It's just nothing comparable. Nothing comparable to the G600. Also, G600, another nice thing. It's a 3-button mouse. There are, if you want the 3-button and MMO controls, there are no options. Like, there are other MMO mice out there. There are other 3-button mouse out there. There are no 3-button MMO mice out there. That's just not a thing. Luckily, I don't really care about the 3rd button. It's comfortable to rest my finger on. But I just unbind it. I'd not be able to memorize what button does what or where. You can rebind them to whatever you want. So it's kind of like getting used to macros, right? Customize it to be your setup and you get used to it very quickly. Because you're like, you know what macro buttons you have on your keyboard without looking at it, right? It's the same thing with a mouse. You get used to it relatively quickly. It's a bit awkward. It feels strange early on. But once you get used to it, it's so much better. Oh. Like, there's a Corsair mouse that I would consider. The other annoying thing is Hyper is great for like Logitech devices, but if I swap to another mouse, I'll have to install some new configuration software. Because I don't think Hyper really supports much else outside the Logitech stuff.
Clean.
Get lost.
There we go. What's helpful for me is I can control every accessibility thing I need with my right thumb. I don't need to think about it. Don't have to memorize key sequence. I just press the button. Exactly. Yes. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Once you configure it to your setup, it is again, it's impossible to go. Once you are so used to an MMO mouse, it is uncomfortable going to anything else. It's like going to another... Do you know what it's like? It's like having a really customized window manager setup, and then someone putting you on like GNOME or KDE, and none of your bindings work. None of your personal optimizations work. Nothing that you do makes sense. And it's not because what they have is bad. It's your setup is just so... It's so unique. It's so your setup. Customized for exactly what you need. Just get a single-handed mouse board, but then you got to take your hand off the mouse. Your thumb's not doing anything when you're using a mouse. So it's basically it's a free finger, right? Yes, I know thumb's not a finger, but whatever.
A clean cut.
Like, if I was to replace it at this point, let's see best MMO mouse. PC Mag. What does PC Mag suggest? Okay. We have the Corsair Scimitar. Do not take me to Amazon. We have the Razer Naga V2 Pro. Okay, wait, sorry, I was wrong. There is another... The Corsair Scimitar Elite does have a third button. Okay, take back what I said. There actually is an option. I'm not buying a Mad Catz fucking mouse. Some of these aren't even MMO mice. MMO mouse specifically means it has a certain number of buttons. If it doesn't, it's not a fucking MMO mouse. Yeah, no, I'm not buying a fucking Mad Catz mouse. Even if they worked well, I don't want to touch a Mad Catz mouse. Honestly, I wish I'd bought a second G600 before they went out. They stopped being sold. I really do. Of course, couldn't move. Oh, wait, just... Okay, apparently spamming knives also works as a way to deal with him. I'm happy that these enemies don't get really common. Thank you. Fucking hate them. Yeah, trying to buy a second one is how I found it discontinued. Yeah. Very sad time indeed. And I know why they discontinued it. Firstly, MMOs are not as popular as they used to be. Secondly, it was too good, right? Like, if you're in the Logitech marketing team, right? How do you sell a mouse that people buy once and then never buy again for like fucking 10 years? And they spent like $60 on it. I don't like it, but from a fucking marketing, from like a corporate perspective, I kind of get it. And that's why they've made so many versions of the G502. Because the G502 is such a good mouse as well. I know people that still have an OG G502. Honestly, when that came out, I remember how much of a big deal the G502 was. It changed the game. Completely changed the game for mouse sensors. It was so far and above the everything else on the market. Like you were just stupid if you didn't buy a G502. Because a lot of companies were obsessed with like pushing out insane DPI numbers, but the DPI numbers weren't like, the DPI wasn't accurate, so you'd have like jitters and stuff. It's like, here's a 12,000 DPI mouse. Wow. You move 1 pixel, it goes across the entire screen 7 times. Wow. Blast. Or you move 1 inch, it goes across the entire screen 7 times. So crazy. Oh my god. But if you try to use that at a lower sensitivity, they were really stuttery and real weird. G502 came out and everyone was like, shit, we actually have to make good mice now. Yeah, you're seeing a lot less of that nowadays. Thankfully. Like, it still is the case for normie marketing. But, like, phones make way less of a big deal about DPI than they used to. Because that used to be, like, core marketing stuff. Now they talk about things like AI upscaling, which, you know, you can argue is also useless. But at least they're not spamming DPI. DPI, oh my god. Not DPI, fucking megapixel. Oh my god, it has 12 billion megapixels. You look at it though, and it has like the worst color grading you've ever seen. It's like, yeah, maybe you have a lot of pixels there, but it looks fucking horrendous. There's a lot of megapixels, but your glass is awful.
Stop.
Do people actually buy phones for the cameras? Yes and no. A lot of it is a big part of marketing for like end reviews and stuff. I think for a lot of, see, here's the thing. A lot of people don't buy per se, like phones per se. They have a phone contract and they get given whatever the next upgrade in their phone contract is. So if they're on a contract for like a galaxy, they will just get the next galaxy. When you're talking about like reviews and stuff and people actually looking at specs, most people are not. Most people when they buy a phone, if they're buying a phone outright, most people just go into a store and ask whoever works there like whether like what's good about it. anyone who's like actually considering whether a phone is good or not, whether a camera's good, like you're in an extreme minority, right? Whoa! Thank you. When I first bought this TV, the processing delay was so high, I was like, good half-second delay between me moving my mouse and the pointer move. That's fucking rough. Oh, speaking of TVs, do you ever, like, when you're at, like, a store selling TVs, do you ever just walk past the TVs that you're never gonna have enough money to buy? It's like, hey, here's a fucking 90-inch micro LED 8K TV for $12,000. You're like, wow, that's cool. I'm never gonna have that TV. I was walking through one of the stores the other day. I saw I think it was a 60-inch 4K mini LED TV for under $1,000. When the fuck did that happen? Because I remember that tech still being, like, crazy expensive. Like, it's almost at, like, cheap consumer TV range now. And keep in mind, that's under 1,000 Australian. So American, what? Like, under 600. Under, like, 700. Somewhere in that range. Get honestly, if he's being so cheap, it's something I won't take for granted. Luckily, I know how to use a sacrificial Fire Stick / Google Box TV and never connect TV over the internet. Yeah, I don't connect it online either. If I really want something, honestly, I'm gonna have a device connected to it. Usually like a console or a PC, but yeah, like getting like a Fire Stick or Chrome Google Stick or fucking Chromecast, that's the one. That's the one I'm thinking of. Is that still a thing? Do they still make those? I don't know. I remember the first time I got a Chromecast. My Wi-Fi was so overcrowded and so, like it was already like it was an older Wi-Fi standard at the time as well. So I actually couldn't stream anything without it lagging. Are you fucking kidding me? I couldn't stream anything over my local network with a fucking Chromecast when I first got one. Okay. Oh, okay. Lovely. Thank you. And you are done. Hey, they can't play a non-smart TV so much. You can? There's like a few cases out there, but it is so rare. And you're probably not gonna, like, if you're gonna be buying a non-smart TV, you're gonna have to go out and look for it. You're gonna have to go on, or probably go online. Go online and search for it a lot. Because they do exist. They're just incredibly rare at this point. Oh my god. I want to root this TV. I want to root this TV. Not because I actually use the smartness of it, because it runs Android, and I like the ability to provide. I don't provide government ID to just display a rainbow OpenGL triangle on my screen. Can I tell you something fun so you're never gonna say that again? Do you know what it means to root something in Australia? This way? Yeah, this way. Can you tinker with Samsung smart TVs, or are they still locked down? You can't. Probably locked down. Root means to fuck it. So you'd say something like, I'm about to root me wife. That would be a totally normal sentence in Australian English. I don't want to drill my TV. I'm aware of this, but that doesn't mean that I can't. That doesn't mean I'm just not gonna hear it. Yeah, that's what I was. That was what I was thinking you were gonna say. Why is it like this? I don't know. Like roots are long. Roots inject themselves into things. I don't know. I don't think why certain slang exists. It's not. It's probably for the best that you don't know. Okay, super oops. Okay. Buy a smart TV. Actually, wait. Let's find out. Buy non-smart TV. Okay, maybe things have changed, because I remember a couple of years ago you could. Maybe you just can't at all now, which would make sense. I know you definitely can't for any of the major brands. Granted, you can also, like, just not connect them to the internet, and also, some of them you can do various tweaks to remove stuff. There's like a whole subset of the privacy space that's about like private TVs, as you probably would expect from that crowd. I just realized, wait. We have that V attack. I forgot how to use it. Also, I think we found a bug, by the way. I don't... Is that not a bug? I don't know. It's not it's not using any resources, and it's kind of just there. Oh, now it goes away. Okay, that was definitely a bug. Not sure how I triggered it. Not sure if it had any positive effects either. It's Devil May Cry.
Die. Come.
Come. Okay. Come on, and... Oh, because the jump is an attack with the gauntlet, you actually can kill someone with that. And you can block with it. Which is also kind of sick. That is not TV. Don't connect the TV. It's oh, actually, you're right. That's enough.
Get lost.
I just don't really have much of a... I don't watch TV itself, right? So I wouldn't even connect, like, a regular TV signal into it. I don't know, maybe I would just for the sake of, like, my parents visiting, but I don't watch it. I can't even, like, honestly, I can't think of the last time I went out of my way to watch TV that wasn't just when I was at my parents' place and they happened to be watching TV. Actually, yeah, that's a good question. When was the last time that you actually intentionally watched TV? It wasn't like, oh, you went somewhere, they had a TV on, or you were at your parents' place, or something like that. Like, but like, you actually choosing to watch TV at your own home, you decided. Ah, we have a Brit here. I see. I found out recently, like, how the TV license actually works. It's not just about, like, it's not just about having a TV. It's about having a device capable of receiving live TV signals, which is basically anything. Wait, did I just knock the fucking fireball back? Wait, that's actually cracked. I also found out that the TV license people will just, like, come around your house and harass you. And that's just, like, okay. Yeah, you used to pay if you watch live stuff on Netflix or Amazon. Right, yeah. I grew up with no TV because my mom found chilling in front of one made her feel less alive. Understandable. They are considering changing it so if you watch live YouTube or Twitch, you will have to pay. Honestly, it is such a crazy scam they have going on. Like, I would understand if they had a license for watching the BBC. Understandable, that makes sense. We have license, like, you know, you have to pay for a subscription to various channels here. But the fact that you have to pay a tax to the BBC when you don't watch the BBC, what that tells me is nobody's paying the license. Like, you wouldn't be expanding what counts for live TV if people were actually paying for it. What is more brain rotting, television or social media? I'll give you the answer. Give me a second. Let me bring up the thing. Here's your answer.
How do you decide between crunchy and soft tacos?
¿Por qué no los dos?
Old El Paso, hard and soft tacos.
That's your answer. Just doing both at the same time. Please tell me that's not a you're watching our TV punishment fee. That's basically what it seems to be. Like, nobody in the UK pays their TV license. Probably except, like, old people. So they're like, how do we continue getting money out of people that are not paying it? Oh, I know. We start expanding what it means to have live TV. Oh, you're watching a live stream on a platform that is not funded by the UK, that is not paid for by the UK, that has nothing to do with the UK. There's not even a UK creator. Yeah, pay us for that. Like that's actually just a scam. Like that's what that is. That is just a scam. They're not providing a service. They're not providing, like, you're not paying for your internet. Nothing. It is actually just a scam. Legal robbery. Yes. US have very little government-funded media, but what we do have is just out of general taxes, not a special extract. Right, right. Well, it depends on the state, right? Like, some states are going to have specific state-funded stuff. But I don't know, like, if you have much federally. Also, what if I'm monitoring my own stream? That is actually a really good point. What if you were streaming and watching your own stream to make sure it's working? Does that count as you watching a stream? The answer is probably yes, because of how insane their laws are. Also, if you just say you don't have a TV, they can't really do anything. Yeah, my understanding is you just never let them in your house. Because if you let them in your house, they will find a reason to fine you. It is so weird, right? It's like, it's a government thing, but you can just tell them piss off. And they just have to piss off. No, you're not coming to my house, go away. What if I have a TV but I use it specifically as a computer monitor? Well, if they count it as live streaming, then yeah, you would still have to. Eh? Why is that not doing a third attack? Bonk. Yay, these guys again, my favorite. Too slow. Law isn't yet that live stream counts. That is, I believe, going through Parliament. That would be insane if they passed that. Now, would I believe the UK would do something insane? Yes. Yes, I would. That would actually be very on brand, actually. There we go. Woo! Apparently there's a TV license in Japan to fund the NHK. There is a single issue party that wants to kill the fee. Is that if you, like, watch the NHK? Or is it just, like, a TV license? Because I don't care if it's like, oh, you watch the NHK, you gotta pay for it. Sure, fair. Totally fair. Totally fair, totally reasonable. Like, that's no different than being like, oh, you watch Netflix, you gotta pay the Netflix sub. Fair enough. I don't think anyone can really complain about that. Someone will, but I don't think anyone can reasonably complain about that. So there was a secret here that I missed last time. I think we just gotta drop it once and then we can do it. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, here it is. Maintain a stylish... an S stylish rank. Maintain it. Well, I didn't maintain it. Oh, well, I wasn't gonna hit. Let's try that again. Clearly, I'm not maintaining it. I'm above an S rank now. The wording should have been maintain at least an S rank. Oh! Let's go! That was close. Oh, yay! Oh, okay. I thought it was going to kill everything. Sorry, I didn't realize the timer was there. Okay. Honestly, maintaining the S rank as Vergil is, not exactly a challenge. But that told me stories about them once having radio, receiver detector vans for enforcement, which, I mean, that's certainly a choice about how to do taxation. Certainly a choice. Every household and business having a TV set or any reception device capable of receiving NHK domestic broadcasts or online services are required to make a contract with the NHK. I see. Okay, okay. So it is basically... To be fair, that is specifically saying capable of receiving NHK. That's a little bit different. In the UK, it is capable of receiving a live TV signal. So theoretically, you could build... Like, you could modify your TV, modify your device, so it is not capable of receiving the NHK. Like, that is not impossible. Now, most people are not going to do it. But that's a slightly different. Because in the UK, even if you did that and made it so you couldn't receive the BBC, you would still have to pay it. Okay. Technically it is that you do, because even if you don't own an aerial and a TV, you don't have to pay the license fee if you say you don't watch. Right. It is effectively the most unenforceable law ever made. Well, it was a law made for a time when TV was popular, right? It was a law made for a time where TV was the device you had in your house that was, like, besides radio, right? Like, you had, it was for a time where you had radio and live TV. Those were your two options, or just TV in general. Those were your two options for media entertainment. It was for a pre, like, pre even home media time, right? Especially pre-internet. Because they have a different, here's a fun one, that they have a different TV license fee, and this is still applicable for black and white TV. That is still part of their, part of what they officially support. And that is a cheaper license. Just, like, to give you an understanding of how, like, the timeline for these laws, right? Like, if you have a stipulation regarding black and white TV, I feel like maybe it's time for an update. And I don't mean updating it to also include Twitch. There was a time when main radio station was called the home service, probably. Right. Okay. Because the most unenforceable law is ever trying to make you age verification for VPNs. Okay, here's the thing. They can very much enforce it on the, like, the big companies. But you're always gonna have the less reputable like KYC, know your customer, is pretty much a worldwide requirement for crypto. There are plenty of exchanges that don't do KYC, and there will be plenty of VPNs that don't do age verification either. Now, do you trust them with your data? That's another question. And yeah, it's definitely not perfectly enforceable. Here's the thing, right? It is actually crazy watching Western countries be like, hey, you know how the Great Firewall of China doesn't work? What if we just, like, try to do that locally? What if we just, like there are legitimately thoughts about, like, banning VPNs. It's like, you know that doesn't work in China, right? And China has locked down the internet. Like, what do you think you're going to do that will be able to lock it down more than the Great Firewall of China when even that can't do it? Unless your plan is to, like, go the Iran route and just, like, start fucking cutting internet connection in the country entirely. Like, that right there is the only way. And even then, that doesn't work because now we have you know, we have easily accessible satellite internet. Whether it be Starlink or any of the other providers. So even that doesn't work. Like, if you're at a point where you've got to be going worse than, like, what Iran or China was doing, then I think maybe your plan's not going to work in reality. Hey, don't fucking dodge. Smack the booty! What a timing! The way they want to enforce it, at least as far as I understand it, is if you're using IP within the UK at purchase, then requiring age verification at checkout. See, here's the thing. Let me play devil's advocate, okay? Let me just play devil's advocate for just a moment. Would you prefer age verifying for a VPN and then not having them bother you about age verifying on any further websites, or having to age verify on every single site? That is like my devil's advocate position. Would you prefer having one place age verify you and then they just don't bother you, or having to age verify everywhere? At least Ofcom comes after US sites. We get rants from about rants about hamsters. I love when they come after US-based sites, and then the US company's like, "You have zero jurisdiction over us. Go fuck yourself." We're increasingly seeing we're getting both. That's true. That's true. If we weren't getting both, I would, of the bad situations, I would prefer just one company having my ID. Now, my concern isn't with me. I know what I can do. I know what I can access. I know... Look, I know that you can VPN to Singapore, and then all of the Australian restrictions don't exist, right? However, I'm not worried about myself. And I'm not worried about, like, the kids who are going to work how to get around it and already have worked how to get around things. I'm worried about, like, non-techie people, about my parents, about people who don't know that they here's the problem. I've talked about this before. You're going to have companies that are far, far less... Like, not even companies, like websites that are far, far less, how would you say it? I guess, or safe with handling your data than they should be, or in some cases don't need to be asking for your data. That, I think, is the real concern. You're gonna have websites that do not need to be asking for your data, that are going to anyway. And what do you do there, right? Like, if you don't know who should be and should not be asking, like, there's gonna be websites that collect your ID, that sell your ID, like, this, I've said it before, this is, like, such a poorly thought out law, not even for the privacy aspect. For the, like, identity theft. That's something no one's talking about. We are entering the golden age of identity theft. Government-endorsed identity theft. And obviously the privacy aspects are important, but I'm so much more concerned for like my non-techie family members than myself. Far more concerned. Oh, I missed the timing on that one. Whoa, hello. Oh, that was very close. Are you fucking kidding me? Ah!
I will not allow it.
That's true. Right. That's another point. Would you prefer your OS to verify you or random fucking websites? Granted, a lot of the laws we're seeing are not age verification, they are age attestation. Just to be clear, because I know people get picky about that one. Yes, it's not technically verification, there is a difference, and the difference is important. Granted, neither's good. Just so we're clear. There we go. That was pretty, again, pretty sick ending. It would have been nice if I didn't fuck up and use gold orb, but you know, it is what it is. It's almost like I'm not good at this game. I don't want my recording system, any website or person deciding whether I'm allowed to access resources or topics that others deem taboo. Well, on that note, let me find it. Australia VPN downloads. Why the fuck is my upload rate crashed into the ground? Oh, we're back. We didn't DC, it just slowed down. Strange. Did it get, like, kind of crunchy? Or was OBS just lying to me? Australians are downloading these 3 VPNs right now. We find one of them concerning. Which one's concerning? Oh, probably this one. Yeah, so I think, if I recall, like, Google Play Australia charts. I want to say, like, a VPN app is, like, number 3, or was number 3 on the charts. Oh, it's number 2 now. Hold up. Is this going to dox me? I don't know what Android shows. No, we're good. We are Gucci. Okay. Number 1. Fucking Petrol Spy. Okay, this is a recent change. Petrol Spy is our tool that we use that lists out petrol prices at various petrol stations, or gas prices at your gas stations. This is because of the whole Iran stuff and petrol prices going up. But before that was happening, number 2, Proton VPN. Number 3, ChatGPT. NordVPN. Number 4, ChatGPT, and this is our government app. So, 2 VPNs are now above ChatGPT. Australians know VPNs exist. In the UK, they don't have the top. I don't have top apps anymore. What? Wait, what do you mean they don't have top apps anymore? Like they don't show you the top downloaded apps? Because I thought they thought ChatGPT was a VPN. No, that was just generic. The like top 10 most downloaded apps. I misspoke.
Too slow.
Now, would I be surprised if OpenAI made a VPN and they integrated ChatGPT into it? No, I would not be surprised. What would that even mean? I don't know, but OpenAI will work it out. Wait, I killed it? I guess it doesn't have that much health. It's just they dodge most of your hits. Whoa! What the fuck was that? Was it this guy? I guess I've always targeted him so much that I didn't even realize what any of his attacks actually were. Oh, I was looking at people hating stuff the other day, and I saw someone saying that they don't like DMC because the DMC games are incredibly easy. Now, this is true on the low difficulties, but if you actually like properly play DMC on the harder difficulties, it's not like, I think because most people do like a single playthrough, and they have no idea like what the actual game is like. Because DMC has this thing where enemies don't attack you off screen. And the reason they do that is because on the hard difficulties, you will just die. You get two-shot, even on like fully maxed out health. Hey Yogi, how's it going? Who is that? Whose wave emote is that? Ikumi. I don't know who that is. You have just a random fucking assortment of emotes. America hasn't had enough online censorship yet for people to really build up survival skills. That's actually true. That's actually so true, though. But yeah, like, Australians downloading VPNs. So, when this started was, I guess I could even show it to you. I'm not going to, just on the off chance that something slips through. In Australia, if you go to... And I guess if you VPN into it now, you can go check it yourself. In Australia, if you go to Pornhub, it only shows you the safe for work content on Pornhub. Now, you might be asking, Brody, there's safe for work content on Pornhub? Yes. People do podcasts on Pornhub. People do, like, gaming stuff on Pornhub. Strange world. But yes, that does exist. That was when the spike started. I think the funniest thing is there was a hentai site that I was on, and they implemented the Australian age verification stuff. Like, you know you're a piracy website, right? Why the fuck are you You're a piracy site. Why are you implementing Australian age verification? You're already breaking the law. Yeah, I don't know how accurate that is. I've heard the numbers were, like, slightly misrepresented. And I think the video on Pornhub got very few views as well, which is obviously going to skew things as well. Maybe just follow the advice of don't get a speeding ticket if you just got away with robbing a bank. Fair, I guess. It is also funny to see what platforms haven't implemented any age verification. All of the adult subreddits are still totally accessible in Australia with no VPN. I know the laws like don't fully come in until a bit later. But even so, it's kind of funny who stepped up early and who didn't. I think with Pornhub and all the stuff under their brand, like I believe they own like all the major porn sites. Give me a second. Pornhub, Wikipedia. Who owns them? Alo. Yeah, Alo. Yeah, so Alo owns Brazzers, Pornhub, RedTube, YouPorn, Tube8, XTube, Digital Playground, Men.com, Mofos. They own Nutaku. I didn't know that. Reality Kings, Sean Cody. Oh, it's a gay porn site. Trans Angels, Twisties, and Why Not Buy. And there's probably some other ones they own as well that are just not being listed here. And they're from Montreal, Canada. The leaders of the pornography industry, Montreal, Canada. I don't know why Montreal. I don't know if they have some laws that are like favorable to running a porn business, or if they just happen to be in Montreal. But they certainly have the fucking money to move if they want to. So I presume there is a reason they're in Montreal. I don't know if there's like the taxation situation there is fine or something. I legitimately don't know why that's where they are. You would think that like a business as sketchy as running like the biggest porn brand in the world, you would be in like, I don't know, somewhere that just doesn't care about like American law. But yes, they have gotten into hot water in the past, like with they used to have a real bad issue of posting like revenge porn and like various other illegal material. In many cases, like far more illegal than revenge porn. So it might just be they don't want to be in a situation where they're going to be in Canada because like Canada doesn't look like they're trying to avoid any responsibility for anything. So it's like let's be here because it's like no one's gonna think anything weird about a location, I guess. But it could also just be good business-wise. You're certainly not going to run it out of Texas with them banning the website. The way you pronounce Montreal? How else would you say Montreal? Is that not how you say Montreal? Years ago! Yeah, you're definitely not gonna run a porn website out of China. That's not gonna happen. I would assume, like, I don't actually know what porn laws are like in China. But I would have to assume they're, like, really strict. Years ago! Oh, the colored text renders. Oh, that's cool. Years ago, I was Canadian. I say Montreal the way Brody says Montreal. Though I pronounce it like Mon than Mon. I see. Or maybe it's the Triol part that he had an issue with. I don't know. Oh my... Stop! Stupid bug! I'm not playing Hollow Knight anymore. The storm that is approaching. Cloudy, black clouds in isolation. Bluey world domination. You don't understand how much damage Bluey has done to the American accent, and I'm so happy. I am. You do not understand how happy I am. There are kids in America that have like scuffed, weird, half Australian accents because of Bluey, because they just watch like 8 hours of Bluey a day. Absolute Australian victory. But you know, with all the shit happening with Australia, I'll take any wins I can get. I came with a really bad Australian joke. Tell the class. The class is waiting. Is it going to be something about how we imported that Australia was like importing its, or it had criminals imported to Australia, therefore it's like, okay, now we go programming. Okay, where are we going with this one? What makes Aussies great at programming? Because they study memory heaps. They study memory heaps. I feel like there's a joke here that's going way over my head. I accept all damage to our accent from Bluey, as you should, because you're not gonna fucking avoid it. Stinking at this guy on stage. Because when was the last time that an Australian show really got worldwide attention? Honestly, I don't have a good answer for that. Wait, was... I know Bananas in Pajamas got a bit of export, but nothing like Bluey. Wait. Okay, no, Bob the Builder's British. Fuck, what was our last export show? I don't actually have a good answer for that. Like, really notable show, at least. When I watch Bluey, because I do too, I'm like, I don't know if it's children entertainment, Australian government propaganda, and favorite fatherhood. So, the thing with Bluey's actually a really interesting case. The guy who made it, he was writing, like, all of the stories in Bluey were about him and his kids. Like, it was just about him and his kids doing him and his kids things, right? And the reason why he stopped with it is he felt like his kids were getting too old, and he couldn't write the stories. Like, he didn't have examples to write the stories on anymore. He was offered lots of money to sell the show, and he was like, nah, I'm good. Because he knew what would happen to it if he sold it. Like, the BBC tried to buy all rights from it. Disney tried to buy all rights. They ended up getting distribution rights in certain regions, but, like, he was just never willing to, like, fully hand it off. Which is not at all how this usually goes. Usually, you don't maintain rights to a show like that, especially a show that big. I think he still actually has, like... I want to say he still has full rights to it. Maybe he doesn't have, like, merch rights, and that's basically it.
Silence.
Yeah, no, the Doctor Who is massive. The joke is heaps being used the same way as a lot. Oh! Fuck, that did go over my head. Okay, you know what? That is a good one. That's a lot better than I thought it was. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. Yeah, Disney's in a weird situation where their own stuff just doesn't do very well. All of their stuff is collapsing. That's why they're doing things like making another fucking Toy Story movie, because they know Toy Story's gonna make them money. That is a pull in case of emergency. How do you spelled it correctly? The way you spelt it is how you spell it.
What's this?
I can't believe Gaster is in Toy Story 5. I don't even know who that is. I think their next, like, pull in case of emergency is if we get another Monsters, Inc. movie.
Finally.
Monsters, Inc. is another pull in case of emergency. Actually, you know what I think is funny? I still think it's funny they delayed the latest Shrek movie because people on Twitter guessed the entire plotline. Because it was gonna be such a fucking, how'd you call it? I guess stereotypical, oh, Shrek's a dad now, he's got a teenage daughter. Oh, he's gonna fight with his teenage daughter and it's gonna be like, no dad, you don't get it. You don't get what the world's like now. And then by the end of the movie, Shrek's gonna be like, yeah, you know what? I didn't get what the world's like now. I understand you, daughter. We're on good terms again. So they were like, fuck. They know the entire. They know what the movie's gonna be. Redo it. Do it again. Fuck. Oh, because I really want to make a Bluey Lewis and the new Bluey Lewis. Bluey Lewis. Bluey sounds too close to Blowy. I'm surprised that one's been allowed to stick around. Oh, badass. I think what also helps with Vergil is he has a easier, like a smaller weapon set than Dante has, but not as limited as Nero, right? He's like Vergil's in between Nero and Dante with like weapon complexity, but then damage-wise is fucking through the roof. Honestly, I would argue playing Nero well is somewhat more complicated than playing Dante well. Because Dante, you can kind of just play like Vergil and just cycle through weapons and spam things. But you don't have that ability with Nero. Nero has such a small moveset in comparison that you actually have to, like, really sort of work out how things fit together to really play it properly. Yeah, if you ever reference Undertale, expect me to not know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe one day I will play Undertale. Maybe. Don't bank on it, though. I have no interest in doing it. That's also true. So I guess if you do a second playthrough, if you go back and do a second playthrough, it's gonna be much smoother. And again, that's kind of what DMC is all about. It's about going back and especially DMC 5, because DMC 5 you don't get the hardest difficulty on your first run. So, if you actually want to play the game properly, you actually do have to do multiple runs. Let alone the fact that you don't have all of your movement abilities or, like, attacks for your, like, most of your first run. How do we get out of here? How do we leave? I just did a fucking loop. This way? Undertale short and kind of cozy. I have been burnt on the term cozy so much that if somebody describes their game as cozy, I just assume it's not going to be good. Like, cozy has become... It's one of those, like, really generic... Like, it's such a... how to say it? It's one of those generic terms you use where you don't know how to describe your game. Cozy equals vibes. See, like, there's nothing wrong with it being cozy, right? Like, don't get me mistaken there. But what I'm saying is a lot of games kind of just be like, oh, we're going for a cozy vibe. And it's just like... It's like... You're making some big new FPS, and you're like, we're making a shooter. Like, okay, can you tell me about it? There's guns. Yep. There's enemies. Yep. Can you, like, give me something substantive, maybe? No. Here it is. Here it is. It just feels like a lazy way to describe a game. Stay in the air for 15 or... Can we just do this? Yes, we can. think you came through here originally as Nero. Nero can't do that. Well, actually, I guess you do have the grappling hook, but it's easier to fuck up. That's so stupid. Honestly, I thought I would get hit and get knocked down. Because I very well could have. If I got hit once there, it would have ended the timer. But I guess they decided just to not attack. That is a good clip. That is a very good clip. Oh my god, we got 100k now. Got 100% of that one. Dragon Breaker. Anything else we can get for 65k? Hell on Earth. Okay. Bonk. Is there a boss coming up soon? Yes! Yes, there was! Whoa, hello! Alright, yeah, this is the Urizen fight we actually have to win.
Get lost!
I still hate that attack, by the way. Okay. I feel like every time that attack happens, I get hit by it. Yep, okay. We managed to dodge it once. Oh my god. Honestly, actually kind of surprised I did that. Okay, yep. Here we go. Okay. Yeah.
What a futile attempt.
Get rid of your stupid bullshit. I want to deal with your stupid fucking crystal. I was like gold, not crystal today. Sorry, it was a bad Pokemon joke.
Dust.
Whoa, hello. Almost got immediately fucking bonked there. We are technically fighting Vergil as Vergil right now. Because Urizen is Vergil. Urination, sorry. What? Urizen is urination.
Stop.
Okay. We very well might fuck this up.
Get lost. Stop.
Okay. Come on, come on. Yes! Worried about getting having to use gold orb there. Poo 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 humor. Yes, that's my favorite kind of humor. That honestly, if you just want to get a good laugh out of me, like a good dick joke is a good way to do it. I don't need some like highbrow humor. I will happily work with just the most basic of basic shit. Okay, so next time we will definitely be finishing the game. 100%. Wait. I didn't... Oh, if you try to lock on when there's nothing to lock onto. Oh, okay. That's neat, I guess. Yeah, next time we'll definitely be done with the game. At least done with the Vergil run. I could keep playing the game, obviously, on hard difficulty, but I think we will be done with the game next time. Which means, what do we play in its place? Oh my... I will never get bored of that.
At ease.
Don't they actually swap the fight for this game? I feel like they make you fight Dante at the end of this. Metal Gear? We can very well do Metal Gear, yeah. Have been talking about doing Metal Gear for a bit. And I need to see what all the fuss is about. Like, I've wanted to play the series for a long time. Dark Souls 3. Just put off Elden Ring even further. I've still not played Elden Ring. Every time I hear him say 6 skills, I think it's gonna say 6, 7. That's how fucking brain rotted I am. Someone mod that in. I keep getting the timing wrong on that. Which Metal Gear? Metal Gear Solid. The only Metal Gear game I've played is Rising Revengeance. Rising is peak. Rising is peak. It is a really good game, and I should play the rest of the Metal Gear series, even though a lot of people argue it's not a Metal Gear game. See, the thing is, I see too many of these fucking clips of like the what do you call it? The fucking the radio transponder recordings, whatever they are. I don't know how many of them are fucking real. How many of them are memes? Like, I need to witness it. Codex, that's it. Yeah, Codex. And we died. Lovely.
I will not allow it.
We've not used Sin Devil Trigger throughout the entire game.
I just realized that now. I'm getting the timing so off on that. It's a 3-hit combo. Ah, you're supposed to press when you land the hit. Okay, okay. Ah, that's what we're looking for. That and a Shenmue mod of having Baby Boy or Dior be replied with, "What did you say, you little bitch?" Ah, man. Shenmue's been a lot of fun. I'm so happy we broke out of the loop. That's another one. Are we just gonna go into Shenmue 2? Because Shenmue 1's basically done. Like, that makes the most sense to me. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure it's basically just like takes off from where the first game ends. Yeah, that's what, like, if we finish it in next stream, that's what's gonna happen. Okay. Do we need this many of fucking spinny boys here? Surely we could have had something else here. 6, 7. Bonk. And there we go. Now we just clear them out and clear out the balls. Punch you in the balls! Fuck you, and bonk you in the head. Yeah, they literally split the game into 2 parts. Yeah. That's how, we were talking about East earlier. That's how East 1 and 2 are. Like, East 2 is basically an expansion to the first game. Also, Trails in the Sky is like that as well. Part 2 literally takes place at the final cutscene for the first game. It's always cool when that happens. I think... Yeah, no, with how many missions we have left, yeah, no, we're 100%. We're 100% finishing this next time. I'll say the end of Shenmue 1's gonna be funny because the jokes the chat can make about it. I truly was Chinese all along. Wait, that's sick. No, that's sick. Why is it like this? Wait, why can you do that? Oh,
it's V's segment. Fuck, I forgot about this one. Brony, tips for getting the judging her ends perfectly so precise. I am not the person to ask about that. This is my first playthrough as Vergil. So, ask literally anybody else. I can give you some bullshit answers if you want, but I cannot give you one that's actually going to help you. How you doing, mate? Bonk. Yep. I'll take it. I actually did notice that the sound cue seems to be somewhat useful. So, like, when you hear the sound for the next attack, like, let's see if we can do it. We can't do it, can we? Yeah, no. I can't even bullshit you. As I said, definitely not the first to do it. Much easier to do in the air, is it? So it is. Huh. I am getting beat to hell right now. I did not realize it was easier in the air. Doesn't mean I'm gonna hit him at all, but it certainly is easier. We're not gonna gold orb this, are we? We're not actually gonna gold orb the first fight in this segment. I think we will. Yep. That's what I thought was gonna happen. It's fine. It's fine. They're there for a reason. Look at that, fucking like half a combo later. See, this is why you don't ask me for advice. Again, not good at the game. But I can sometimes pretend to be good. Every so often it happens. I'm doing a legendary night run. Yeah, we're on Son of Sparta, so... yeah. God, I can only imagine how much fucking chaos that would be. Oh, right. Oh, I still don't like this enemy. Rip! I thought in that spot you can't really get hit by that. Did it? Wait, did it actually have that little health? Okay. That's the mode where the enemy health is boosted. Right. There's like 30 enemies sometimes. Oh my fucking god. Yeah. I can see how that might be chaos. Fuck. I did try Legendary Dark Knight on 4. I got to the first mission, I was like, nope. 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 Not happening. I'm sure if I worked my way up to it, it'll be fine. But certainly not a thing you do when you have basically no idea what you're doing in the game. Like, you gotta really actually know how combos fit together. And if there's something I don't know, it's how to play the game well. But I can pretend. And sometimes, for regular enemies, it works well enough. It's so... Oh no, I can imagine it would be fun once you get used to it. Honestly, I pretty much love every DMC game. I have ones I like less than others, you know. Like 2, but you know. Can't all be perfect. There we go. I love these types of games. On that note, I showed this earlier, but maybe you would be interested then. This just came out. I played the first Bayonetta. Of course, Judgment Cut End, because every weird game has that. That is, Homura Hime, Crimson Dusk. Anime Girl combos, absolutely. It's kind of a mix of Nier and DMC. Again, you have the Nier bowls. I know that, like, you don't want to run through this segment, just fucking have these stupid things you can jump through. It actually just skips the entire area. The other character action game with Spy in the title. On console also? I'm gonna probably say no, but I can check. It's an indie game, so you... Platforms. No, it's just on Windows, sadly. Yo, hello. Haven't seen you. I think you weren't. I think you were busy. You weren't here last week. You weren't here last. Maybe you did, and just didn't say anything. I don't remember you being here last week. But anyway, welcome. Assault Spy. Yes. Scale was last week. Yes. Yeah, hopefully it does well. Right, yeah, with fucking, Homura Hime, Yoko Taro, the director for, Nier, gave the developer some advice about the game. So, hopefully it does well. Like, with that being known. Yeah, Assault Spy is by the developer who does the upcoming, or who's doing the upcoming Might Raya. Go play the Might Raya demo. It's so good. Again, I haven't shown it this stream. I'm gonna show it now because it's also so fucking cool. Might Raya.
ヒーローと怪獣との戦いが日常化した世界。ここに
新たなヒーローが誕生しようとしていた。
怪獣。いや、あんた逃げなって安全なとこに。たくしょうがない。変身。私が倒すしかないか。おはようございます。ヒーロー活動を
Demo's really fun.
怪獣を撮
The
影
demo
と
was
か
incredibly
マジで
fun.
何考えてんの。
まさか同じ学校にヒーローがいたなんて。
なんかこれってまるで動画配信者じゃない。
この町の怪獣を倒してる英雄的存在だぞ。部長、大変です。
そんな区が消失した。
我らラセステンです。
よう人間ども、邪魔する者は容赦しねえ。
ずいぶん上から目線だね。
拙僧はラセステンが一人。ヤッシャ。
お前ら登録者数は？
コメントが早い。
我々のチャンネル登録者数貴様らのはるか上です。偉そうにして当然です。
我らは地獄の女王。逆らう者は死ぞ。ヒーローども、いつでも挑
You know,
戦
Joe
待
being
って
an
るぞ
MIT
よ。
ripoff? Yeah.
そん
Yeah.
なに戦いたいなら私が相手してあげようじゃん。
いいぜ、その生意気。
Protagonist is a streamer. Her assistant is a streamer and live streams all of her hero activities.
彼氏とかいませんよね。やあ諸君、少しお邪魔する。
お主、アートマを力任せに使っておる。
ぶつける以外のやり方なんて知らない。
俺はあの人に憧れてヒーローになったんだ。
どんなもんかヒーロー。
みんなの期待くらい守ってみせる。
マハトマシの諸君、もう安心だ。
なんかヒーローって
Legally
されても
distinct All Might.
取れ高を期待しますよ。
今すぐ Steam のウィッシュリストに登録。
さあみなストーリームオンだ。迷わず。
People make a big deal about this because there's like the guy who's making it is a ex-dev for DMC5. I don't know what his role was, but people make a big deal about it because he was a dev on DMC5. Oh, there's the end mission. They have not All Might, voiced by All Might. Honestly, it's such a good fucking combo. Also, another really fun one about that. I'll see if I can find it. He posted it a few months ago. A month or so ago. What's the Twitter account? What was the Twitter account for Mike Rodeo? Oh, it was NK. Yeah. Okay. What do we have here? We've released a... Ooh, what is this? So it includes enhanced visual effects and adjustments for better playability. The game has camera issues and performance issues. Optimization will be addressed in a future update. Absolutely fucking based. Anyway, let me see if I can find the thing. 11,000 players during Steam Next Fest. Where's the voice actors? Yes, here it is. So the option was added to still use the Japanese voicing for the characters, but have English voices for the in-combat alerts. So, like, you've been stunned, the enemy is stunned, things like that. So if you're an English speaker, you still know what's going on. But, very importantly is who did the voices. So this is the JP version. I'm running out of water. I'll get some more in a sec.
Standing reflexes. Stunned.
if you're a long-time weeb, you may recognize the voice in the English one as Raising Heart from Nanoha, the voice of the staff, which is just really cool. Honestly, it makes me kind of want to have a antagonist character that has the voice of Bardish. Anyway, I think that'll be it for DMC5 for today. We'll finish the game off next time. I think we just have the one upgrade that you left, yeah? Yeah, one last upgrade. Everything else is sold out. Yeah. So that'll be for next time. We'll finish this game off next week, and then we'll be playing probably Metal Gear Solid after that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Anyway, though, we'll go into React for a bit. I'm going to grab a drink because I'm out of water. And we will be back in just a moment. Stick around. Don't stick around. It's your life. I'm not your parents. Anyway, back in a bit. Oh, yes, I did see that. No, we'll check out the Magic Mouse video first. Magic Mouse. Gamers. Oh, we have more emotes. We have a Numi emote. With fucking... You actually... Do you just go around collecting VTuber emotes? You have Sayu emotes. Mystics, I don't know who that is. Nomadic, I don't know who that is. How many... Here's a question. How many Twitch subs do you currently have active? If you're willing to say. Because you have a lot of emotes. Anyway. Anyway. Five. Only 5. I thought, okay, maybe you just cycled between some. On that note, maybe I should get my own emotes made at some point. That's been something I've been meaning to do for years. And just never got around to it. Anyway, let's check out the Apple Magic Mouse video, which is a very timely video. As we know, people still care a lot about the Magic Mouse, but I don't, but I do kind of, because it's a stupid fucking device. Anyway, I fixed Apple's biggest design flaw, sort of. I think we didn't change the category. Let me do that. Just chatting. There we go.
Okay, the video.
I think it's pretty safe to say that Apple has designed some of the most beautiful and iconic pieces of technology that have
I really don't like the AirPods. The whole stem thing. It's such a weird fashion signal. I don't understand it myself because where's my earbuds? Here's one of my pairs. I have some cheap earbuds. You can't even see them because they're black and not fluorescent. I just have these just generic. I don't even remember what brand they are. Soundcore, I think it was. I think they were Soundcore. I don't get the stem thing. I really don't, man. Stems probably make removing them easier. That's fair. That's fair.
completely reshape the way that everyone in society interacts. Iconic pieces of technology that have completely reshaped.
This didn't reshape anything. This is just an expensive monitor. It's a good expensive monitor, but it's an expensive monitor. What earbuds do you recommend? Just fucking anything. If you're... Okay. Are you looking for sound quality, or are you looking for sound that doesn't have such low quality that it hurts your ears? Because if you're looking at Bluetooth earbuds... sound quality is not a real thing. It's Bluetooth. It's gonna sound like shit no matter what you get. So just get something. Frankly, it doesn't actually matter if it's Bluetooth.
Shape the way that everyone in society interacts with the world. And then there's whatever this is.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about it.
It's not even a good mouse. Like, it's one thing for the charging port to be stupid, but the mouse just... I've used Magic Mice before. They feel awful.
This is Apple's Magic Mouse. And on the surface, it's a really well-designed product.
It's as far from that as it possibly could be. The only thing that makes me go feral is how Bluetooth makes it so earbuds not only have latency but in connection issues, but also add a 20% price tax because wireless. It's not as bad now because Bluetooth is kind of the standard because phones haven't had ports like that for a long time. Does my phone have one? I don't remember. Yeah, my phone still has a headphone jack. But a lot of... The mainstream phones don't at this point, unless you're talking like cheap phones. Bluetooth has a resting play pause button. There also acts as a redial button for phone calls. I have had earbuds like that as well. That's really awful.
It's Apple's very own version of a wireless Bluetooth mouse that works actually surprisingly well. It's got great movement across my desk, amazing multi-touch gestures, and it feels... It's got great movement across my desk.
That's the bare minimum for a mouse, by the way. It moves along my desk.
Amazing multi-touch gestures.
If you really like touchpad stuff, sure. I just don't like the idea of a touchpad mouse.
And it feels really good in the hand. However, the most unanimous... Multi-touch gestures, and it feels really good in the hand.
No, it does not. No, this is a video fixing the Magic Mouse. You don't need to gas up the Magic Mouse. No, it does not feel good in the hand. It is incredibly uncomfortable. There is a reason that mice are angled in a way that you can cup them around your hand. It's so you can rest your hand on it. Not fucking, like, have it floating around the entire time.
However, the most unanimously hated feature is the way it charges.
So picture this. You go to sit down to get a little bit of work done.
What a laptop.
But then you realize your Magic Mouse is completely dead. So you flip it over, because that's where the charging port is. You plug in your lightning cable, and now your fancy mouse has to sit there completely useless while it charges back up to 100%. There's only one thing left we can do, so...
Let's design a way I can charge my Magic Mouse and use it at the same time.
No.
Step number 1, find a better charging cable.
Floating hand, what about tiling hand? Shut up. Ooh.
You see, because a $2.5 trillion company doesn't do anything by accident. Every single move that they make is completely calculated. Oh yeah, that's gonna be way better. I mean, I purposefully design a ton of my products completely wrong just because I know they're gonna get comments. And whether that's actually Apple's intention here or not, it's working. Slimmer profile achieved. It now sits much closer to the
It's now still unusable, but slightly more usable.
ground. Bad, good. Step 2, design.
I wouldn't call that good. I would call it not as bad, but sure. If we just
Our
sure.
product.
Is it even usable like that though? Holy fuck, this is a big room. What the f- Okay. I wish I had a house this big. That'd be nice.
Among some of the random items I found in my office, I came across these little metal balls. And they actually
ball.
reminded me of the old school computer mice that I used to have growing up.
Studio?
That
Either
used
way.
the little rubber ball so that you could actually move the mouse around. And I thought it'd be the perfect way to give this product some motion. So in Fusion 360, I'm gonna design just a simple little bracket that's gonna house
no.
2 of those metal balls and the charging cable. It's gonna be just barely big enough to fit all of those components so the mouse still slimly fits to the ground and the laser beam still works on the desktop. And since I'm gonna print this in 2 different parts and put it together, I'm gonna print it in this 2-tone pattern to give it a little bit extra flair. Should we hit the 3D printers? We should hit the 3D printers. So let's go hit the 3D printers.
It's kind of like, think about this room. It's kind of like
3D printers.
It's kind of like me setting up a drug lab in Schedule 1. I just have like a wall of my drug paraphernalia over here in a line. Is that 4 3D printers?
Sometimes when you're solving the internet's most complex problems, going with a super simple solution is sometimes the best route. So we've got part number 1 and part number 2, and step number 3 is assembly. But wait, am I on step 3 or 4?
No, I've never heard of this channel before.
Step assembly. I think that the glue is fully dry, so we can go ahead and take all of our clamps off. And just like that, we have ourselves a brand new, unnecessary invention ready to be tested out. And I would have to say this is an unnecessary invention because I shouldn't have to design it in the first place. Apple should make a better solution, even though I know they just don't want to. The Magic Mouse came out in 2009, and it had batteries back then. And they just came out with a brand new one that still has it on the bottom, so if they wanted to fix it, they would. And here is a nice 360 look at our brand new product we have here.
What happened to the
cable
cable
cavities
breaks?
for the metal balls just a little bit bigger so that they still have some motion to them. The cable sleekly comes out of the back of the device, and the lightning port is just barely sticking out of there. And if we go ahead and grab our Magic Mouse and slide it right onto the lightning port here, it should snap right into place, and now it isn't going anywhere. And the metal balls allow it to easily slide around your desktop, and it still ergonomically fits in your hand without getting in the way at all.
Ergonomically fits in your hand. Ergonomically... come on, can we stop gassing up Apple's design? Like, sure, you can like the Magic Mouse, but let's not pretend that his disgusting claw grip is ergonomically fitting in your hand.
But we do need to double check that the laser beam still works on our computer when we plug it in.
You should, yeah, that's pretty important.
I have our lovely Magic Mouse hooked up to the device here. Let's see if it moves around. Luckily, due to the angle of the device, it still does move around, so we can still use the mouse just as I normally device.
It looks like the mouse might be stuttering a bit.
It does move around, so we can still use the mouse just as I normally would.
But we also gotta have it charged. So let's have it charged like that. Okay, what the heck? Now it doesn't work whatsoever. Give me just 1 second. It's the Magic Mouse unresponsive during charging. Let's see.
Ah!
When power is injected into the mouse. Well, so much for that invention. Tim Cook, you better schedule a meeting with me ASAP. I'll see you guys at the next
Thank you,
invention.
Tim Apple. Okay, you know what? It's called the channel's Unnecessary Inventions. Okay, yeah, that's actually really on brand. I like that. That was actually kind of fun. I assume a lot of his other videos are in a fairly similar vein where he tries to fix something and then realizes, oh, even though it fixes it, it literally doesn't. It doesn't fix it at all. Vape car or explosive car? Sorry, what is explosive car? I'm not sure which video you're talking about. What do you have? I actually just posted the boundary break video in my React suggestions yesterday. Mediocrity is destroying everything from Mr. DistroTube. This video is... Sorry. This video has 6K views. Is that, like, normal for DT now? Oh, wow. Okay. It's kind of sad. Oh, yes, there's the vape car. Okay, here's what we do. Do we do vape car? Vape car or Yakuza boundary break first? I don't know how to make a poll. Yakuza. Shenmue might have spoilers. I don't know. What? The fuck are you talking about Shenmue? This is Yakuza. I know. I know that. I don't keep mixing up Shenmue and Yakuza. I. Okay, I guess we'll do Yakuza. I guess we'll do Yakuza. I'm kind of curious how they handle some weird trickery with Zero. Zero is an interesting game because Zero was pre-Dragon Engine. So Shenmue and Shenmue at home. I think Shenmue is Yakuza at home, but sure. There's a lot of hidden stuff that doesn't need to be rendered in Commodore Chaw. So you can probably ignore a lot of weirdness. And I'm curious how they handle some of the cutscene stuff as well. Especially like some of like the, isn't there like some skyscraper segments in Zero? Anyway, boundary break.
Going into this, I asked people what they wanted to see the most.
Majima's eye. I'm curious. It's going to be Majima's eye, obviously.
Out of bounds with Yakuza 0, and the number one answer was Majima's eye patch. Just to see what was beyond the eye patch, if there was a fully modeled eye, or if anything else is going on. and take the camera inside the eye patch, we'll show you that the game is true to its word. There is no eye underneath Majima's eye patch, though it makes sense because his character model does swap out for glasses every once in a while, and you do get to see what is behind the eye patch when he's wearing those sunglasses.
Is it... Do you see... Sorry, I'm trying to remember. It's in Zero that the scene with Majima's eye getting moved. That happens in Zero, yeah? Like in a flashback cutscene. I'm forgetting which game you see that cutscene in. I'm pretty sure you see that in Zero. But it could be one of the later ones after Saejima shows up. I don't remember. Anyway.
But there is a redeeming moment to this segment, which is why we're talking about it first. Majima's real eye does have something weird going on that the other characters don't. If you take the camera inside of his eye, there is a texture of a cartoon-looking eye that the other characters just don't possess. Any other character would just have a black spot here. So it does match up to how the eye composition is from character to character, but Majima just has a special case where he gets a cartoon version.
Maybe they were trying to mess with art style stuff early on? Maybe there was something you wanted to do with that? I don't know. There might be some use for this. This seems like an artist playing around with some stuff. Or possibly this is like an artifact of early design. They just left it in there as like a reference material.
And this is just the start. There's a lot more to look at. So join me in an ongoing series where we basically take the camera anywhere we want to try to find secrets and new discoveries to some of our favorite games.
What the fuck? Okay, there's a lot more rendered here than there should be. Unless they just took the... Because this, obviously you can visit this location in the game. So they might have just took the game world and applied some filters to it.
And one of your favorite games for a very long time.
Why is so much extra rendered here? Like, none of this stuff you're ever gonna see. Yo, Ahmed, how's it going?
Has been the Yakuza games.
Wait, do they keep the entire world rendered in that cutscene? I guess they just didn't ever think, oh, we needed to deal with optimization here, because, like, this should be, like, this is all occluded, so there's no reason to even bother with this rendering.
Never played them before, so that's why I've taken so long to cover this, but I can't ignore you guys any longer. I'll give you what you want. I may play through the entire...
Oh my god, actually, what the fuck?
...series and try to show you all the cool stuff that's going on in these games, starting with Yakuza 0. Now let me tell you guys about the most truly bizarre thing I found for this game. The first time I saw this, it was during this cutscene where Majima was about to perform his first hit. But there's this part where you look at the reflection of the blade and you see Majima before it fades to black. Black. During this moment, if you take the camera outside of the boundaries, you can find that Majima's model is still there, but it's for whatever reason layered with this strange Japanese businessman looking fellow. He has glasses, he has the Iwata haircut, and he has a business suit. And while he's here, you know, I'll let you speculate.
Possibly, that's... Why would you do that? Why would you do it like that? Because there's no I don't see any reason why you... Well, much of it's still in this scene. You can see his eye patch. But, like, it's overlaid on top of him. Wait, is this... This character model, is it used in any other scenes? Hold up. Wait, isn't that the doctor? Like the doctor that she ends up being with at the end of the game? I don't see why you'd have it in this scene. But I think that's who that is. Otherwise, I don't have a clue regardless.
But this isn't the last time you see him out of bounds. Now, I may have missed him in other cutscenes. I don't think I did because I tried to be very thorough here. But there is this one cutscene much later in the game where these cabaret girls are sitting on the couch, and one of the cabaret girls is out of bounds in a certain shot. And instead of her model being where it's supposed to be, she gets completely replaced by said model yet again.
Is this just their, like, generic stock placeholder model if they don't need to render something? Why would you change the model? Why would you change the model? Like, I understand having a default placeholder for testing. Maybe that's what that is. Maybe this is just their generic model they use for testing things. This is John Yakuza. I don't know. No, this is pre-Dragon Engine. Yakuza, Kiwami 2 is their first Yakuza with Dragon Engine. Did 6 or Kiwami 2 come out first? Whichever one came first was the first Yakuza with Dragon Engine. Zero's pre-Dragon Engine, though.
Again, try to ask people in my community, who is this guy, in case I just missed him, or if he's just an NPC model that I didn't happen to notice, which is probably likely. Still, that didn't stop everyone from giving the most absurd answers of all time, and if you want to continue to let me know who this guy is in the worst way possible, you're welcome to do that in my comment section. I don't care anymore. I think another question on people's mind is, can you boundary break the main menu screen? Yes, you can, and it's a lot. You find that the structure goes well outside of what you can see with the camera here. And also there's like a ghost structure over here. It seems to be like a lighting effect, but in truth it's a 3D model that seems to be made transparent and illuminated. I don't know, it's really neat. But what I find really, really interesting is that this scene where there's a flashback for the orphanage, there's a segment where they're driving on the highway first. And as you'll discover here with this footage, the two scenes share the same map. So although all the flashback scenes are in black and white, theoretically you could just wait till one of the scenes is in the driving section, the highway section, and then take the camera over to the little orphanage town to see what everything would look like in color. And by the way, there's a lot of environment here that I was not expecting to see since the camera is so pulled.
I have a feeling they were considering doing more with this. There's like signs like that, like you wouldn't have seen this. I have a feeling they were considering making this a playable segment. That's my thought.
In to just this backyard or front yard or whatever it's supposed to be, really. Anyway,
because no, you would none of this you see. This feels like they were playtesting a playable segment. That is my only guess for why you would model all of this.
It's this small plot of land that the characters seem to be on. The camera is drawn in very closely to what's going on there. Not all these extra houses and streets and all this stuff. Next up, I think I can show on YouTube. It should be okay. For algorithm learning assessment, I guess I should state that there is nothing violent in.
Okay, yeah. Normal video game bullshit.
Next up, I think I can show on YouTube. It should be okay. For algorithm learning assessment.
Yeah. Just remove everything from the scene except the thing we need.
Assessment, I guess I should state that there is nothing violent in this scene. That's why I'm showing it. But yeah, there's this scene where Kuze has to basically
wow, they actually, you know what? Honestly, considering how many random buildings they have, I'm surprised they do this fun optimization stuff. They get rid of the knife when the knife's not being shown and just have like a placeholder here. He also has a broken wrist, which is fun. But like the knife model is just not here when it's not being shown.
Sacrifice his pinky, and the game makes sure not to show you what this looks like, thus doing all of it off camera. But in truth, if you look at it, you can see the last few frames, his hand is away from the blade, and the blade resheaths itself. Then it cuts away to the aftermath. And naturally, I want to see if there's anything that is picked up, but there isn't. And so we take the camera over to his hand that is covered up at this point in game, and you can see that he has all his fingers. See, YouTube, I'm making family-friendly content here. Now, here's a really bizarre discovery I made. In all of the convenience stores, if you take the camera and look behind the checkout counter, you can find a mysteriously sealed bag. It's taped up and has an X on it. This is a detail that you can't see in game because you can't influence the camera in game. Also, if you take the camera underneath the environment, you can see a classic technique where they use opacity and real models underneath to give the illusion of glare. Model environment you can't see in game because you can't influence the camera in game. Also, if you take the camera underneath the environment, you can see a classic technique where they use opacity and real models underneath to give the illusion of glare. And then there's the apartment with the squatter, and if you look closely, you can see that there's a Sega Genesis in the background, or...
That's just Sega. Yeah, this is 100% Sega just having fun. Any Sega sub-brand is gonna do stupid stuff like this.
I guess in this case, the Mega Drive. And there is a game playing on the screen, but it is not the one that's actually in the console. What's inside the console is the Super Shinobi. Shinobi being a real franchise from Sega. And now let's talk about low poly models. This game is absolutely filled to the brim with optimized models for any particular scene.
Oh my
this one
God.
here is inside the Japan Catfight Club. There's a large audience here, and in order to get all the audience members in this scene.
This is also not a model. Nope, this is not a model.
A lot of them are just billboards that are also low resolution.
You know what? Absolutely respect billboards. I love it. I love seeing billboards show up in, like, somewhat modern games. Bag with X, inventory, stash, store cache. I doubt it, but I guess it could be possible. You can't interact with it. That's the way it worked in Bethesda games. The reason why they have a chest is because the store is literally just a chest.
So even trying to look at them from directly above will just cause all the models to just look like they're on the floor rather than break that illusion, which, I mean, technically it's still breaking the illusion, just in a very different way than what we're probably used to seeing here on Boundary Break. And there's also low poly models in this crowd as well. A lot of them have really, really funny faces. I do understand from experience that in a lot of cases, the faces will look a little bit silly or distorted, but I wonder here, was it on purpose this time?
I would not be surprised as well. There are some really dopey looking characters in the Yakuza games, even the ones that are full poly.
And here's a really weird thing going on. There's a level of detail flag that's kind of happening really close to the model. So positioning yourself in very peculiar ways can get the correct model to load in, but most of the time you get this low poly model instead. There's also other low poly models in this scene as well. Just want to show you some more because, again, they're really fun and entertaining to look at. And then there's these outdoor segments where cars are driving by, and there actually are characters inside the cars operating the vehicle. Now, I couldn't freeze the gameplay to get a nice, easy look at any of these models, so I had to get creative. What I ended up doing was I positioned the camera just right so that the camera would actually clip into the vehicle for just a couple frames. And what I did here is I just froze the frame that would show you the character model so we can see what they look like inside the cars. There's elevators here, and this one's really interesting. It's just a
Okay, now that right there is peak
they look like
fucking
inside
around
the cars.
optimization.
Here, and this one's
This is just like stock photos.
really interesting. It's
Oh,
just a
that's
bunch of
beautiful.
motionless billboard characters that are real people, not models.
Nah, this right here is like PS2 Easter egg stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Jack 3 Out of Bounds Dev Easter egg.
In Haven.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is.
In City, if you go to the westernmost part of the waterfront area, make sure you do not pass the area where the metalheads have taken over. But if you use the light jack flight glitch, which is the X button and circle button,
well, you can also use the jet
over
flight
and over
glitch,
again
also
to
works.
fly behind the wall, there should be a casual looking box just chillin'. Walk Jack into the area of the box and position the camera to see inside the box, and there you should see a picture of some game developers as an Easter egg.
I love stuff like this. John Businessman.
Speaking of low poly, it doesn't always have to be characters. Whenever you're inside of a convenience store, the outdoor environment just goes into complete texture mode rather than giving you fully...
Yeah, that's pretty standard stuff. There's no reason to not do that.
3D detailed buildings. It's mostly just one flat surface.
I think you can see that in the game, though.
That has a picture of the buildings. And in this part of the map, there is a statue that's modeled like a dragon. And if you take the camera above it, you can see it has big, goofy eyes, which is really hard to see as the player.
Okay, that's another fuck around. There's no reason to give it eyes. Someone's like, I'm just gonna give it eyes. Let's see if anyone notices.
Also in this restaurant, you can see a red snapper fish, and the detail on these fish are immaculate. They're so great looking.
The fish are very important. And when you're not rendering any of the outside and there's like one NPC inside, you can get away with doing stuff like this.
And for what it's worth, I also find that the shrimp are pretty well made too. And since they're very restricted in this area, here's a zoom out of Kiryu's neighborhood.
Ooh!
So next up, I want to talk about cutscenes and culling and how it works in at least Yakuza 0. The sad truth is that character models are used and they are stored out of bounds in a lot of these cutscenes, but they call them out, so you can't really see what they're doing in almost any cutscene. There is evidence of the model being animated or used or stored when they're holding objects usually. Like for example, right here, you can see a lighter that Kiryu is holding, but because his character
It makes sense to cull the models, but that is sad. I like seeing T-poses.
Called out, you just can't see what he actually looks like here. So it actually becomes a really huge surprise when, for whatever reason, that doesn't happen in a cutscene. Like this one here, you can see the homeless guy walking off screen, and his character model just sort of stops right here. And you can also see when the goons just sort of pop into the scene now. Funny enough, they're all outside the door right here, but when you finally see them, their walking animation starts a little further back. However,
Possibly they had different plans or different developers worked on it. Like, I don't know if different teams maybe had different strategies for handling things, or somewhere along development they changed how they wanted to handle things and just didn't update the rest of it.
Sometimes there are cutscenes where the character model is just not shown in.
Or maybe they just felt like there wasn't any need to get additional optimization here, right? Maybe they just felt that, oh, there's no reason to cull the models because there's so little being rendered, we can get away with it.
Full. Like for example, right here, you would normally just kind of get a slow pan upward, but because we move the camera all the way out, we can see what the animation looks like in full. Also in this cutscene, you can see this part where Nishiki gets his nose broken in, but from this angle, you can see that he doesn't even hit his nose on the bar. And
Nishiki is a soccer player. Oh my god, you tripped me! Ah, give me yellow card!
Here's a huge viewer request. It was like the most upvoted one. I just wanted to see where the Mr. Shakedown goes and whether or not it has like the Mr. X approach that Capcom did in the past, where Mr. X would actually be existing in the game world at all times and walking around at all times. Sadly, that could be the case for the Mr. Shakedown, but again, due to how the culling works, it's hard to know if he's being deloaded or if the model just simply was culled out. And now we're going to talk about shared rooms in loading zones. Right then and there, you just saw the one with the karaoke bar sharing another establishment. But here you could see two very different locations sharing that same loading zone. The cabaret actually shares loading zones with 3 different locations. One is a back room, but the other one is the hospital that a lot of the scenes Majima participates in.
Okay. That's a real interesting choice. Maybe they just had all of their cutscene zones in the same section, I guess? But it's not all of them. It's like, it's just two unrelated ones. Huh. Imposters seem like a better system than billboards to me. They're similar concept, but they're still somewhat 3D if done well. I see. What is that link you sent me? I'm not sure what you sent me.
Oh. I just want to show you another store where the camera is very, very restricted, and just move the camera around and show you the shot from different angles. There's definitely some objects that you can't see because of how the cameras are angled, but I will tell you right now that any object that you do see, it does get used in other areas, so it's not technically unused content, just unseen content. And then with your first boss fight with Kuze, he takes off his business suit coat, and so you can't really see what game developers kind of have to do in situations like this. See, that coat is a static model, and Kuze's body's not actually influencing the curvature of the model. So when you take the camera out and look at it like this, you can see how awkward it looks, giving it a very starchy and stiff sort of appearance to it. In this scene where it's raining outside, a lot of people have umbrellas, but if you take the camera over to this lady that passes by Kiryu, you can see that her fingers are untextured for some reason, and her face is truly, truly disturbing. I didn't even mess with the lighting here. It's just that when you take the camera up this close, it just looks like this.
They just... again, they didn't need to do anything properly with her.
In one of these later cutscenes with Majima, as the cutscene ends and he leaves the storage unit, you can see that his arm is still stuck in the backwards position, giving him a fantastic pose. Also, randomly, I just wanted to show you that some objects are not textured properly. This electrical cord that goes into the outlet, all of it is reusing textures from other parts of this model here, which is a little interesting. And it's tiny objects like that that tend to have that as an issue for this game, but this was really interesting. In this scene where Majima is using the phone, the cord to the phone actually stays connected both to the phone and Majima, despite the fact that the camera is never panned out this way. Now granted, it still looks a little bit awkward, but what I'm just really shocked to see is that in any given shot, that cord is properly connected to the phone. And speaking of phones, sometimes objects are just kind of like stored slightly out of bounds. And it's kind of odd in this game because even when the object is being used, you can see a duplication of whatever objects were used in that scene still in that spot. Also, I just wanted to point out this error here. Maybe a lot of you noticed this yourselves while just playing the game, but Kiryu's realtor model did not account for the fact that the camera angles sometimes shoot straight down on him like this, and his flesh is not properly connected to his shirt or doesn't extend far enough for players to not see through the model itself. I noticed this while playing it naturally in-game.
I did not see that.
Let me take a second look at that with the free camera, and it's plain as day now. His model is just not complete. Inside the crane game seems to be beta elements for the buttons that you would push. Obviously, these Japanese crane games have two buttons, one for moving horizontally and one for moving vertically. But inside the machine is two completely different buttons that seem to serve the same purpose. Also inside of the Sega arcade, if you go underneath these trash bins, you can see the texture sheet of the trash bins, which is kind of interesting. But what's even more interesting is that this object in front of the front counter has some sort of LCD screen, but if you take the camera past the LCD screen, you can see that it has unique text, an unused texture as far as I can tell, that says Club Sega. And some people want to know what happens with this goon that gets thrown out the window. And I just want to show you how far the model goes down outside before it eventually just sort of blips out of existence.
That's pretty far, to be honest.
And also, fans wanted me to look at this scene where the weapon is pointed at Kiryu's head. Now, in order to make this first initial shot work, which is really, really close up, Nishiki is actually far above the ground to get the most effective shot, which is interesting because although they never do a full body shot of him, I don't think, in every other shot, he's properly planted on the ground. Anyways, because this is a unique area, I wanted to zoom the camera out.
Maybe they didn't want to have his hand angled upwards. They wanted it to be like a straight shot.
you the entire environment in one shot. Also, what you'll notice is that there's 2 cars used for the scene, one where it's driving and one where it's parked.
Wait, so you're telling me that... Are you telling me that Kiryu didn't steal Nishiki's car? They actually came with 2 separate cars? Oh my god! Mind blown! Oh, whilst we're talking about Yakuza, did you hear that Gang of Dragon effectively got cancelled? They need a shitload of money that they don't have and don't have a publisher to pay for it. So Gang of Dragon is probably not going to come out.
Sometimes the game uses special scenes that take you out of the original moment. When Kiryu learns a new move, he's sort of like in the void and the whole world goes black and white. Now, if we keep the camera fixated on this spot, we can see where it is in relation to the rest of the world. It's actually far outside the boundaries, and what's left behind is a dev triangle. Obviously, that triangle is supposed to load the scene. Just a really tiny detail here. I wanted to show you that on his jacket, it says, remove before flight. And a very, very odd thing over here, in this restaurant, there's a door in the background, and you can see a shadow where the doorknob is supposed to be. But what's interesting is that if you take the camera out of bounds, you can find the missing doorknob. I don't know how this happened or why it happens, but this is a series first for you guys, an out of bounds knob.
Out of bounds? Shut up. Oh, is that triangle's there to load the scene? Obvious, yeah, no.
Just random.
The triangle is there to as a placement reference. That's why it's there.
Details about Kiryu's apartment. If we take the camera over here, we can see that the tissue box is called Princess Tissue. And that's all I got for now. There's exclusive content over on Patreon, including games that
exclusive content
I will never probably cover on the main channel. But for this game in particular, there is content that's just a little too saucy for YouTube, but it is out of bounds content. So respectfully, if you wanted to see content that would probably get flagged on YouTube and you want to see what else is in the game for educational purposes, I recommend that you follow the links.
Oh yeah, like the motorbike scene, for example.
It also helps me out a little bit, so everybody gets to win. Also, I found out that Yakuza 0 is an incredibly long game, so I didn't actually get to finish it in time. If I find that this video does fairly well, I'll do a part 2 for it. And also, whether or not this one does well, you can expect to see at least another Yakuza game in the future. All right, thank you so much, guys, and take care.
34K views on a channel with 1 million subs is actually fucking sad. Man, that's genuine. Like, this video should have way more views. Anyway. Stop. Why is there a Red Joker video here? Okay. I guess we'll have to go watch that. We'll have to go watch that one soon. Anyway, I love Boundary Break stuff. Boundary Break is incredible. It's always a lot of fun. And, yeah. Go check out Boundary Break if you haven't already. Go sub to the channel if you haven't. I'm not subbed on this, but I am subbed on the main channel. I do want to check out the vape car. And then we'll... I don't know, maybe we'll do Sencho then. Oh, this literally just came out. Okay. Yeah. Vape car. God. Okay. Fine. We'll check out vape car. What the fuck? What is this? What is this vehicle?
Right guys, I'm pretty certain I've found the perfect car to power from disposable vape batteries.
Car's very loose here. What are we talking here? Like 13 horsepower?
Behold, the Reaver G-Wiz.
Ooh.
Do not try anything I show in this video, obviously. Unfortunately, we seem to live in some crazy dystopia.
Yeah, this is the guy who made a vape house.
Buying these single-use devices and then chucking them away is completely normal.
Single-use device that has a USB-C port and a fucking microcontroller. How do you have a single... Again, I talked about this in the last time we saw him. How is it legal to have a single-use device with a USB-C port and a microcontroller? Some of them, let's just say, some of them don't have a USB-C port. They have a microcontroller. What fucking world is a device with a microcontroller a single-use device?
Despite them having fully rechargeable lithium-ion cells
also, yeah, that as well.
Inside of them. At its peak, we were chucking away over 1 million of them per day in the UK.
So to raise awareness of this ridiculous source of e-waste, I've been building increasingly larger things using these
increasingly more dangerous things.
Cells. So we started small with these little power banks. Then we went a bit bigger and made an e-bike battery from them. And finally, we've ended up with this massive power wall made from 500 vape cells that's actually powering this workshop right now. And since you lot have been asking for it, I have been crunching the numbers, and I am pretty sure we can power a road-legal electric vehicle from disposable vape cells.
Okay, quick recap. So in the last video, we managed to get our hands on 500 discarded disposable vapes.
Yes.
We took out all of the cells, we tested them all to find the nice healthy ones, and combined them together in these 3D printed modular rows. We then made 14 of these modular rows, put them in series, and ended up with a 50-volt massive battery pack.
This is like Uwo's lab if he actually cared about engineering standards. For example, let me just show you the Uwo's lab comparison. So this is somewhat sensible engineering, and this is Uwo's lab engineering.
Previously on Uwo's lab.
Or Uwo's lab. Uwu's lab, that's his name.
24 outlets is not enough. Any electricians in chat, can you tell me if this is up to code or not?
Let me just jump ahead in this one. I think we watched this one, actually. This thing was so fucking stupid. He still has it and uses it, by the way.
Outlets? Count again, motherfucker! You missed the last two. Sorry. Let's try it again.
Anyway, moving away from that.
This thing was an absolute unit. It worked perfectly. It took this whole workshop off grid and even powered my entire house.
And honestly, having this power wall already built for us is going to be an absolute godsend. So you might think that we'll need to make a new battery pack completely from scratch to power a car. But if we use the G-Wiz, that won't be the case. Let me explain.
So you may have not even heard of the G-Wiz. And this thing is basically a tiny little electric vehicle from the early 2000s, so it was actually way ahead of its time. But it might have been too far ahead of its time, because the early technology in it caused it to be regarded as one of the world's worst cars. So this thing has got an absolute...
Really? One of the world's worst cars? Worse than... Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Worse than the communist car, the Trabant.
Absolutely monstrous 17 horsepower motor.
Oh, 17 horses? Wow, I undershot it. I said 13.
It weighs about 400 kilograms when you're not...
Wait, if it's 400... Sorry. Bench press world record. 355 kilos. Just about 40 kilos more, and someone... If this thing was just a little bit lighter, maybe you took the battery pack out, you could actually... The world's strongest man could bench press this.
Not got any batteries in it. It's got a 0 to 60. It weighs about 400 kilograms when you've not got any batteries in it.
Oh. Okay. Maybe you gotta remove the wheels then.
It's got a 0 to 60 in infinity seconds because it tops out at 50 if you're lucky. And somehow they even squeezed 4 seats in here.
That's actually impressive. How do you get to them?
So why am I using this particular car?
Well, technically, there's only two things stopping me from using a Tesla or a Porsche, and that is money and my sanity. You see, a standard Tesla Model 3 has a battery capacity of 60 kilowatt hours, which is actually pretty bloody enormous when we compare it to the size of our disposable vape Powerwall battery, which only has 2.5 kilowatt hours. And it took us 500 large disposable vape cells and 6 months of time to make the Powerwall battery pack. So we can confidently say that we would need at least 12,000 vape cells and an extract
12,000 good vape cells, so who knows how many total vapes.
Extrapolated 12 years for me to make an equivalent Tesla battery pack. But technically we don't have to make the full-size battery pack, right?
Sure.
Well, almost all modern EVs have a battery voltage of at least 400 volts, which would be incredibly spooky to build from vape cells, and they also have pretty complex and sophisticated battery management systems. So getting it to work with modern cars would be possible, but not really feasible.
Right.
And that's where this beautiful vehicle comes in. Because back in the early 2000s, the batteries were crap and electric vehicles were unbelievably simple. So this thing ran from a 48 volt battery pack made from a bunch of lead acid batteries. You know, the type that are super heavy that we use in our combustion engine vehicles. And all these were originally stuffed under the seats down here. And because this thing was made for 48 volt battery packs and the vape Powerwall was 50 volts, I'm pretty sure we can plug it into this thing and it should somewhat blindly accept it. Well, it might not be that simple, but you get the idea.
Obviously, we can't really use the pack exactly as it is because we're going to be drawing.
I don't know if he's going to have problems going from lead acid to lithium, but you're going to have you're probably going to have problems going from lead acid to lithium. What car is this again? A piece of shit. This is the G-Wiz, the G-Wiz car. It's an Indian car. How much did it sell for? What did it retail at? Retail. What did it retail at? They sold about 4,600. Wow, that's actually impressive. It was ahead of its time. It was also called the Rev AI. Ooh, the Rev AI. Price, here we go. £10,000 in the UK in 2001 to 2019. That actually would be... You can get good cars for that price back then. Safety concerns. Europe considers it a heavy quadricycle. They don't even consider it a car. Nah, man, that's cooked. A fatal accident in London occurred between a G-Wiz and a Skoda Octavia. Okay, sorry, I thought it was one of the smaller Skodas. Yeah, I can see why you would die in this thing. It had front disc brakes. Okay. Okay, it was a fucking... This isn't a car. This isn't a car. This is a fucking motorbike with a hood.
That simple, but you get the idea.
Obviously, we can't really use the pack exactly as it is because we're going to be drawing a hell of a lot of continuous power from this thing, and it's probably going to be rattling around a lot. So I think we should get started with whipping up a solid enclosure for it.
Right, what do you reckon then, Max? It's not exactly structurally sound and the electronics are quite exposed. How about a big aluminium box?
Yeah, let's do it.
There's no need to reinvent the wheel with this thing. We've just got some big aluminium panels that we're going to weld together and some bolt holes in the side which will hold the vape battery in place.
This welder is an absolute bloody monster and draws loads of power, so I'm running it off the grid right now, but I'm convinced the vape Powerwall might be able to power it.
What do you reckon, Max? Yeah, let's give it a go.
Fucking damn it.
In case you didn't see the previous video, we plugged the disposable vape Powerwall into this thing called an inverter. This converts the 48 volt DC into 240 volt AC, which is exactly what a house needs. I've disconnected the workshop from the grid here, and I can flip this switch to feed in power from the inverter. So hopefully we can power the welder with the vape cells.
There we go.
Vape power activated.
Ready?
Let's turn her on. There we go.
Didn't flip just yet.
Yeah. Turned on. All of vape power.
Oh no. Right, let's lay down some well.
Let's see if this thing can do it. Oh, that's a lot of power.
What did it draw?
Like 60 amps?
I am honestly impressed by this.
There we go. The vape pack is literally upgrading itself now.
That was a pretty solid world. Okay.
Oh, look at that. This thing's going to be the Cybertruck of vape batteries, but hopefully a lot more reliable.
So before I get this thing mounted in the enclosure, there is at least one more upgrade that I'd like to do.
Okay.
So I ended up getting bombarded with comments worrying about this thing's safety. And I think...
I wonder why! You have a lithium bomb right here.
That is really fair, because these vape cells were definitely not built for the crazy things that we're throwing at them. But I tell you what, I'm actually pretty confident in the safety of this pack. Basically, there's three main reasons why a lithium-ion battery might go up in flames. Number one is physical punches or the cell being crushed.
Yes.
Number two is the cell being overcharged, so the voltage gets too high. And number three is the cell working too hard and getting too hot. We've already tackled all three of these. So we've now got that nice enclosure which is going to keep these cells physically safe. And when we built this thing, we put a battery management system on it, which is going to monitor all the voltages, and it physically won't allow us to overcharge the cells. And then also, we made sure that we put fuses on every single cell in this battery pack. So if we draw too much current or they get short-circuited, before the cells can work so hard that they end up going up in flames, the fuses will pop, meaning that we'll protect the cells from over temperature. But to be absolutely certain, I've got myself a whole bunch of temperature probes, so we can dot these all around the battery pack, and we'll know in real time if anything's getting a bit too hot for our liking.
So I've whipped up some code on this microcontroller, which will let us plug in a bunch of these probes and read out their temperatures. And yes, it is 4 degrees Celsius in the workshop right now. I've also programmed it to sound a buzzer if any of the temperatures get above 35 degrees, so we'll definitely know if things are getting too toasty.
Okay.
This microcontroller can also be powered via a small external lithium battery, so we can actually have this powered via a separate vape.
Shut up!
Can also be powered via a small external lithium battery, so we can actually have this powered via a separate vape cell too. So I'm just going to give the battery pack a full teardown for these upgrades and to see how well it's held up since the last video. Now we can see that the previous installation wasn't very good and is already peeling up.
By the way, this camera is also powered by vape. Is he Australian? No, this is a Brit.
And also some of the connections are coming loose, so it's certainly time for a bit of a refurb. What I'll do is we'll cover the cells with silicone to help with the vibration and also hopefully properly adhere the new layer of Kapton tape. Then on the bottom bus bar, I'm adding a thermal pad which will be used to stick down this row's temperature probe. So hopefully we'll be able to see the temperature that's being conducted from the cells. And then I'll do this again for the other 13 rows. And just
I don't know UK accents, but I assume there is a variant of the accent with that as well. My housemate just sent me a picture. Let me show you the picture. So, actually, you know what? I'll show you the picture of his fucking desk first. This, look at this fucking mess. But no, this is what he wanted to show me. He has 64 gigs of RAM, by the way. Here's the same RAM that I have. Notice all of this. Where is it? All of this. And all of this. And also running Factorio on windowed mode for some fucking psychotic reason. He probably has a good 300 tabs open. Yeah, Windows, yes. Windows.
Just for good measure, I'll be doubling up the insulation this time.
He's on Windows 11.
Then we connect each row back together in series to add up their individual voltages to get our 50
He probably also has additional browser windows open, so there's probably another couple hundred tabs open somewhere. He's also probably running another game as well.
volt total. And before I get screwing the frames back together, I'll be adding some foam padding just to help support all the rows. Yep, there we are. This installation is now way more secure. And now I'm going to tap an M6 thread into the extrusion frame so we can bolt it to the enclosure. But of course, it's always inevitable that you'll end up snapping some tab bits. Now we clip back in all of the battery management system cables.
What's strange is I have... he has Resident Evil 2 Remake open as well. So he has Factorio, probably a good 200, 300 tabs, and Resident Evil 2 Remake. Yeah. And also he's on Windows 11. So it's probably running a bunch of bullshit in the background as well.
And we also add some insulation to the inside of the enclosure, because the last thing we want is a short circuit being caused by a loose wire against the enclosure itself. Then the two halves of the battery pack are bolted to the enclosure using an overkill number of bolts.
Gotta make sure it stays secure.
And we add the 125 amp fuse right to the bottom here so that we can swap it out nice and easily if it ends up popping.
Jesus.
And then we get the final
Christ.
wires for the battery management system hooked up.
Alright, so we've got the battery management system wired up again. Let's just quickly test if it's all working. Yep, here we go. Everything's looking pretty healthy. And yeah, all the cell voltages look fine.
Why is that one
needs a bit of a
red?
charge, but apart from that, that is looking absolutely spot on. So now what we need to do is wire up the microcontroller to all the thermo probes, and this absolute monolith of a battery is ready to be put in the car.
This fucking thing, man. This fucking thing.
A quick moment to talk about something really cool. So when it comes to building a project like this, it always boils down to coming up with a bonkers engineering idea and actually making it real. And that's exactly why I've partnered with AnyDesk, because they're kicking off their AnyDesk Science Sponsorship Program. They're calling on you lot to submit your wildest engineering and science ideas.
Can you find that Reddit post about a guy complaining about his Firefox tabs? I know the one you're talking about, but I don't remember the context.
Along with your favourite creator, and AnyDesk will come along, they'll bring the funding, they'll work with them to actually bring it to life. Nothing's off the table here as long as you think it's possible. I mean, look what we're trying to pull off, and at the end of the day, this was a suggestion by one of you guys. Think of it how Red Bull sponsors a bunch of extreme sports and funds some insane...
This is certainly an extreme sport.
...stunts. Well, that's exactly what AnyDesk are doing.
You're not wrong.
Except in the space of engineering and science, which I think is pretty bloody sick. You just need to head to anydesk.com/science, suggest your creator and a mental project idea, and AnyDesk will look at making it happen. And honestly, their remote desktop app has made this project so much easier. You see, my main CAD workstation is in the office, but I do most of the actual building and designing out here in the workshop. Remote access lets me instantly access the...
Oh, wait!
But I do most of the actual building and designing out here in the workshop.
Based? Based? Actually, did not expect to see that here.
Remote access lets me instantly access the power of my office PC on this weak little laptop out here. Plus I can ping off and monitor my 3D prints from anywhere that's got an internet connection. So head to the description to check out AnyDesk's Science Sponsorship Program, and of course to download AnyDesk yourself. Now back to the build. Let's have a look at the electronics for...
Outdated mint, but still. It exists to remote... It probably doesn't even have like a outward internet connection. It exists to remote into his other machine.
The whiz and see what we need to actually change to get this running. So we can see that we've got the negative and positive power cables from the old batteries, and that actually runs underneath the rear seats. So that means under here is where all of the power electronics live. So let's get these seats taken out and have a look. Alright, so the inside of this car is actually really interesting. So we know that we get our 48 volts from these two wires here, and we can see that we've got the negative here, positive, and the positive goes through this, which...
Is that the post you're thinking of? Let's have a look. Over the years, I've accumulated 3,800k tabs. Or 3.8k tabs in Firefox. I'm one of those people who never closes their browser tabs. You're insane. Genuinely insane. Just, like, what that also tells me is you don't restart your system either, because sometimes Firefox will just forget your tabs. I get lost if I have more than 10 open. I tend to group, so the most tabs I have open, usually when I'm researching for a video, and I will group them into windows, right? So I don't use tab groups, I just open a Firefox window, and then all of my research is in that window, so it doesn't confuse with anything else.
Which is a contactor, which is essentially an electromagnetic switch. So when you turn on the key in the ignition, this contactor closes, allowing the power to flow through here and to this. Now this is called an inverter, and essentially takes our 48 volt DC and turns it into 3-phase AC on these 3 terminals. This flows through here, which go to the motor underneath the car. That's basically it, really. So I'm really hoping that when it comes to actually powering
that is way simpler than a modern electric car.
The car to drive it, all we need to do is connect the vape battery pack to these 2 lines, and most of the stuff should just work as is. But there also used to be a charger unit here, and that just allowed you to charge the car, you know, from mains. Also, it had a 12 volt DC-DC converter in it, and basically that took in the 48 volts from here and also converted it into a separate 12 volts to power all of the extra stuff, such as your headlights, your windscreen wipers, your horn. So we're going to need a replacement for that. So I've got myself this, which is a nice little DC-DC converter that takes in 48 volts and outputs 12 volts. So hopefully we can wire this in, we'll get our 12 volts, and then we can power everything else that we need, and everything should be ready to plug it in and go for a drive.
Should not explode.
So there is something I'm a bit concerned about, and that is that the fuses will probably start popping once the battery pack draws more than 120 amps. But this car is capable of drawing about 350 if you really push it. So if I press the accelerator a bit too hard, it would write off the battery pack and that would be it. So we need to figure out a way to limit the car.
Well, luckily for us, the inverter is programmable, so I've whipped up this cable which will let me plug it into a PC. And this car actually has a boost mode, so I'll reprogram this boost...
Boost mode? It doesn't go faster than 50 k's an hour. What do you mean, boost mode?
Profile to instead limit the power for us. So I'm just going to extend the power cables a bit, and then I'm going to add this big circuit breaker, which is going to act as an extra bit of protection just in case anything goes wrong and a short circuit occurs.
Right, so I think it's time to finally plug this thing into the car now. Yep, here we are. We can see power being drawn from the battery pack by the car. So everything should theoretically be working now. Yes, right, the hazard's good. Oh yes, look at that. This is a bit dodgy, but shall we see if it moves?
So I'm going to take it very easy because we obviously do not have much slag.
But if we put it into gear... Yes! This thing actually drives! Yeah, it can reverse as well.
Oh my god.
Right, let's get this thing put inside of here.
So you might be wondering how we actually plan to charge this battery pack. Well, over the last year, I've been building this little thing, which lets us charge e-bikes and e-scooters using standard USB-C fast chargers. And I'm pretty certain...
How much power do you get out of USB-C fast charging? Surely it's not that much.
It should be compatible with the vape battery pack. So here we've got a standard MacBook charger, and if we plug this in, here we go.
Oh, you plug it in when clearly it's fucking raining.
Now I've whipped up this little adapter, which lets us plug it straight into the vape battery pack. And there we go, 138 watts of charging.
God.
Not bad. So that makes this not
yes,
only
it actually is. No, I just saw a spot on there. It is actually just raining right now.
The world's first disposable vape-powered car, but the world's first USB-C charged car. Pretty decent.
So if you're looking for something like this to charge your e-bike or e-scooter and want to further support the channel, then you can check out my website for it in the description.
Right, so we've towed the car out,
Christ.
and I think it's now time to plug this thing in. Now, if we flip the circuit breaker,
Car's powered up, contactor closed. I think it's time to take it for a spin. Right, it's certainly a bit cozy in here, so let's get the wide-angle lens on. So we've got Ely on the camera. You're also...
Ah, yes. Not focused at all.
On the circuit breaker in case anything goes wrong. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
But yeah, everything is all powered up. I've got my phone monitoring the battery management system data, and we want to make sure that
I love having... Oh, there we go.
100 amps. So putting it in
there we
boost
go,
mode,
now we're back.
AKA low power mode.
If he waited till it wasn't ready, he might have waited 3 months. Fair?
Oh, there we go. All right. Look at that. Yep, drawing like 1.6 kilowatts-ish.
Oh my god.
That is all right,
It's
isn't
a car!
This is not too bad, you know. So we're going about 15 miles an hour at the moment. Drawing 60 amps.
Miles
in
ago.
a second,
Okay,
we're going to pull to the side. We're just going to see how the temperature's doing. We are definitely going to be pushing the battery pack to the most it's ever been pushed. So the thing is about this, it's not going to be very fast. I mean, we can draw maybe at most 5 kilowatts. And when you think of it, like Teslas and stuff, they can do 100, 200 kilowatts. But what they can't say is that they're powered by literal recycled electronic cigarette batteries. So I think we've got that on them. I've just booted up our little temperature monitor. Everything's looking good. We're at like 7 or 8 degrees on every row. Going to be taking a good eye on that. Yeah, that's all right. We've got something that's 11 degrees in there, so we're definitely getting some heating going on. I'm pretty happy with that.
That's honestly insane, man. That's fucking crazy.
Before I get a million comments about this, this is fully insured, and the insurance knows completely what I'm doing. But because of that, this project has actually started to get quite expensive. So if you could subscribe, that would be great. Because only 1.8% of you who watched the last video subscribed, and it does really help the channel.
Congrats, bro. You served as archive for Reddit brain rot. Oh.
Tell you what, this...
How does he get insured on that? You pay them a lot of money, that's how.
It's genuinely going faster than I thought it would do. And we've not even like put the accelerator all the way to the floor. I don't want to push my luck just yet. I'm going to capture the dash. Let's see how many beans we can get out of this thing. Yes, 20.
Oh, 20?
25. I tell you what, it feels so much faster. Sorry, what do you reckon to this car, man?
So this car has impressed me so far. It's got decent suspension. I don't feel much of this.
I don't...
potholes. Impressed me so far. It's got decent suspension. I don't feel much of this potholes.
Are you sure?
Believe it or not. Believe it or not. We've got clearance issues on the battery pack.
Yeah. Alright, so one thing I've already noticed while driving along is row number 6 has got a significantly lower voltage than all the other rows. And the main issue with that, once row number 6 runs out, even if all the others still have charge, the battery management system is going to see that that cell's gone flat, and it's going to cut it all off. So the whole battery life of our battery pack depends on the weakest cell. I'm going to try and get a bit of speed going now. When I put on the brakes, we should actually see a bit of regenerative braking happening. We'll see how fast we can get first. So we're at 30. Getting to 35. Okay, I'm going to have to brake. Right, now let's see that. Yes! Look at that! So we're getting 10 amps of regenerative braking.
Wow!
So we're literally recharging our disposable vape batteries using gravity now. Well, using gravity and momentum, I guess. But yeah, this is
Yo,
great.
hello.
And I just can't believe this car has just accepted.
This is a... Car is a loose definition. It has 17 horsepower, and Europe defines it as a quad bike. But a car powered by vapor batteries.
This crazy Frankenstein battery that I've just slapped straight in it. Right, a 40 zone. Now that is more like it.
12 degrees so far.
12 degrees. It's chilling.
It's alive,
There's nothing
impressively.
hotter than 12 degrees in here.
I bet that none of the 500 people who smoked them vapes ever expected their vapes to be literally powering my house, and now powering my car. It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? I kind of want to prove that using the power of disposable vapes, I can do like a pretty standard daily drive. So I reckon I'm going to get some food, maybe do a little bit of a shop and see where the roads take us.
This thing is a miracle. It really is, though.
See how much boot space we can really use in here.
Yeah, it's nice and spacious. One thing about this vehicle, isn't it? Here we go. The golden arches.
Oh!
Could I have 2 wrap of the days, please, as a meal with vanilla milkshake?
Thank you, driving to my finger, please.
Cool, cheers.
The fuck is a wrap of the day?
Disposable vapes. You can totally go and grab a bite to eat. I love it how like close you are to see it. Because if I was like 6 foot, I would literally be like that. Hello. What do you think to the car? I actually love it. It's great, isn't it? Right, let me see if I can get a bit closer. Thank you. Why can't I drive?
Oh,
there we go.
Oh.
Hello. Thank you very much.
It's got cup holders.
Actually made for it.
Oh shit, that's such an upgrade.
Yeah, this car is amazing, man. I absolutely love it.
So we're gonna do B&M, get some stuff.
Yeah, so I might like maybe buy some tools or something and see where the road takes us.
Yeah.
Alright, could you flip the circuit breaker for me please again, sir?
There we go.
Fucking loaded.
Your car is like fucking your what is
fucking loaded.
Come on. Your car is like a meter wide. How are you this bad at parking? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I hate you so much. Just pick it up and move it.
Yeah, I need some extra storage for the workshop. I'll do the trick. Yeah, there's really no boot space in there, is there? Yeah.
Hey!
Not going in there either. There we go. Snug. Perfect. Yeah, meant to be.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Temperature's looking alright.
It's quite cool that you can see the little hot spots on the
actual cells, yeah, you can see where the heat's coming. 11 to 13 degrees.
Oh, man. 420 amps.
Oh, it's a hill!
100 amps continuous. Oh, this is risky. Oh, it's struggling. It is certainly struggling. Oh no, I think we're forming a bit of a traffic jam. Yes, here we go, the open roads. Yeah, we're broken 30 miles an hour. 35.
Everyone hates you right now.
Still at 14 degrees temperature?
Yeah, 90 to 100 amps continuous. From a battery pack from disposable vapes is something I genuinely thought I would have never been able to build. Although I tell you what, loads of voltage sag. Yep, and if that continues, the car is going to run out of battery prematurely. So it just parked up for a better look at the temperatures. You can certainly see the cells are heating up.
It's getting a bit
so
warm.
we're at 19 degrees. But I mean, that's still fine. I mean, you'd think if it was just a hot day, that would still be below ambient, given that we've just been blasting it.
If it was a hot day, this would be running at like 35 degrees. It's only cool because it's 6 degrees outside.
100 or so amps for 10 minutes or so. I think it's doing really, really well.
I'm waiting for it to just stop. I am waiting for it to break down.
I think it's time to see if these wipers work. Yeah.
You might need some new rubber on them.
This thing.
Oh, I don't like that sound.
Right, it's getting kind of dark now. So I think it's time to see how the headlights fare. Now this might draw a bit of extra energy, but it's definitely a necessity. There we go.
Immediately shuts down.
Negligible energy, that's fine. Only a couple 100 watts. Okay. I'm a bit worried about this hill, guys. Come on, momentum. 130. Oh my god.
Woo!
Was it 130? 130 amps it got to then.
I'm gonna bring this thing to MF goes.
So much energy right now. 112 amps. This is brutal. Yeah, this is a big hill. I'm gonna have to take this extra slow. Oof, that was 150 amps. Yeah. Oh my. Right, I've got to be gentle on this throttle. Yeah, battery pack's getting toasty. It's not set off any of my temperature alarms. Luckily we're on the flat now, so we're going to be taking it easy. So something I've just realised is cell number 12, look at that, 3.2 volts, that is significantly below any of the other cells, and the car is probably going to cut off very, very soon. So we've done a good 17 miles range, which is actually much more than I predicted, but
I think it means just like it's getting overcast.
I think we're on our last legs now. 2.98, 2.9.
Well, I guess it's raining as well.
Okay, I think when it gets under that... Oh! Have we lost power? Yep. Yep, we've completely lost power. Yeah, even the hazards aren't working. G-Wiz to backup car, we've lost power.
Roger that.
Well, there you go. Turns out you absolutely can power your daily drive from free discarded disposable vape batteries. In the end, the battery management system recorded a total capacity of around 2.1 kilowatt hours of energy, which is actually pretty bloody close to the full theoretical 2.5 kilowatt hours. And we managed to squeeze 18 miles out of this thing, and the max temperature we saw on the batteries was 29 degrees. I think we all need a big think as to what we actually classify as waste, because sadly, planned obsolescence is becoming more and more common. But please let me know what you think to this crazy project in the comments, and let us know what you want to see next, especially as we now have a YouTube project car.
And of course,
honestly, genuinely incredibly impressive.
It wouldn't be a vape-powered car if it didn't have a vape exhaust.
Oh my. That honestly is super cool. Right, it's a shit box, it's a bit of a bomb, but even so, that's really cool. That is really, really cool. So I reckon we got time for one more. How long was this one? We could just save this one for next time though. Did not open the link. Wait.
Speaking of Neri, I've been fantasizing about getting a bunch of 32:9 monitors, making a perfect 360 degrees circle with them, sitting in the middle of the circle on a swivel chair and rocking Neri on this. LUL.
You can't... Wait, can you share the workspace across multiple monitors? Because if you can, that would be hilarious. We could do DankPod's framework. We could save that for tomorrow. Sorry, what is this? The West is... Where did it go? The West is in trouble from abroad in Japan. Okay. We could do the Red Joker video. That's also an option. There is also this one. So yeah, we have the Red Joker video on Marin. We have Oh No. Or what was the other one? Just pick the shortest option. They're all about the same length. They're all within 1 minute of each other. Actually, wait, Red Joker I think is the shortest. You can check out the Red Joker one. Yeah, we'll check out the Red Joker one. We love Red Joker. From starving and poverty to #1 VTuber in the world. We love Marin.
Hosho Marin, the world's largest active VTuber. This...
Is she? Wait. Wait, sorry, what? When did that happen? Is she actually... Okay, I did not realize that she was at the top now. That's actually kind of crazy.
It's her childhood dream.
絶対おっぱい大きくなるという目標がねずっと
Yeah, that's pretty on brand.
ありましたのでまあ子供
You're in for a ride. Despite where she stands today, Marin, or Senjo as we call her, grew up in poverty. Her family so poor that she remembers not being able to afford snacks like chips and
I think swap places with Peckorder from time to time. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought Peckorder was at the top, but yeah, sure, okay.
could only buy poor that she remembers not being able to afford snacks like chips and could only buy bread rolls. Her apartment was so run down and in the middle of nowhere that they'd be infested with insects. And even as a child, she lived so hungry that one time she tried eating the Street Fighter paper
Right.
manual. Even McDonald's was too expensive for their family. The details of her full family are unclear, but she mentions not having a mother, growing up with just her sister and father. Even so, her dad seemed to do an amazing job because even under these harsh conditions, she had never once considered herself to be unlucky or unhappy. And we see
that's a fair point, yeah.
That to this day, she is very close to both of them, with insane stories like her dad seducing her previous boss, messaging her like a classic Oji-san. But anyway, most likely due to poverty, Senjo never went to university and directly entered the workforce right after high school. And if you know anything about Japan's work culture, then you may have heard of black companies. Companies that overwork the hell out of employees with little compensation and are in legal gray areas. Marin unfortunately worked in one, perhaps not knowing, perhaps having no choice, and it was brutal. She has memories of working overtime past midnight, not being able to take time off even when she got the flu or got injured. And one time,
her dad also has a crush. Understandable.
Instead of a performance bonus, they gave her mandarin oranges as a bonus.
That's food. Keep that in mind. That is food.
Except the mandarin oranges were rotting.
That's not food.
Breaking point was when the CEO called everyone in her department in for a meeting and called everyone replaceable, saying anyone could do their work. See, the reason Marin stayed at the company for so long was because even under those conditions, she still had a sense of purpose. People in her department called her essential to the company's functioning. But after that line from the CEO, she was done. Marin resigned and never looked back. Perhaps it's somehow due to this asshole CEO that we have Senjo today. Senjo applied for HoloLive, quoting that she wanted a platform to use her diverse...
What gen was Sencho? I don't remember. Third gen. Here we go. Where is it? Third gen, here we go. Alongside Peckorder, Flare, Noedu. Nushia. Forgot about that one. Forgot about that one. Noel's prior account certainly has some content on it that you can find if you search long enough. She's if you want to talk about Marin being cooked, maybe not as Noel, but as her prior account, yeah, you can find some stuff. Anyway.
Skill set, and VTubing would be perfect for that. She specifically chose HoloLive, being fans of Fubuki and Minato Aqua. Successfully passing the audition, she debuted as Hosho Marin in 2019 August and never looked back.
Noel's model is lore accurate. Yeah, it's definitely lore accurate.
Her reputation today, Marin was understandably very nervous on her debut stream, still trying to act cute.
Every single VTuber on their first stream. Every single one of them. And they look back and are like, what the fuck was this?
And idol-like.
ですね、そう、私、 船長なんですけども
Who is this? Who the fuck is this?
But that all went out the window with Yago's dreams very soon. Marin was known for being horny. Seriously, Marin is probably the one that talks about sex and sexual topics by far the most in Hololive. Like,
honestly, kind of crazy for Hololive. Yeah, actually, like, her being allowed to go off as much as she does is actually kind of crazy. But if you were to change at this point, that is her entire character.
Sex and sexual topics by far the most in Hololive. Like, it's literally become a part of her identity. Her music is horny, her streams are horny, and she even achieved her childhood dreams of growing big boobs. Yet somehow, Marin has this amazing dynamic with her chat, where it's almost as if—
Morika Life using Teehee repeatedly on debut. I forgot about that. I actually watched all of EN Gen 1 live. Maybe I missed Ina's stream. But I fucking wanted to strangle Mori when I saw that stream. At least until the end. I was like, okay. Because it felt like such a like even in that stream, it felt insanely forced.
if chat doesn't want to lust for Marin because Marin is so desperate literally asking for it or sarcastically asking if they want it. It's usually the opposite dynamic with VTubers where the fans are lusting over the pretend to be girlfriend VTuber. So Marin's unique position with her fans makes the banter so funny to watch. Obviously, the banter is all sarcasm, but I think it reflects one of Marin's greatest strengths, talking. See, one of Marin's old jobs was customer service, and that combined with toxic corporate culture really made her a good yapper. She talks so fast, even Japanese listeners sometimes struggle to keep up with her. But more than that,
I forgot about that one.
She's just a natural at entertaining. She's the clown when she needs to be. She doubles down on things if she believes and scolds chat, which they seem to enjoy. But beyond that charisma also lies insane creativity. Like, just look at her content. Yago memes, censored, engaging with the English community, memes.
The DNA of the soul.
I swear, she is clip farm material. And the amount of collabs with not just her gen mates, but other big VTubers, including Niji Sanji, she did, yeah, she was blowing up and she fully deserved it. She worked so hard.
I think when she really popped off amongst like regular VTuber fans was when, what was the song that got really popular on TikTok? Fuck, I don't remember which one it was. Horshaw Marin songs. No, it was Treasure Box. Treasure Box is the one I'm thinking of, yeah. Treasure Box was like a massive TikTok song.
Her income presumably blew the hell up. Senjo started looking for a better place to live in because she was still living in that rundown poverty apartment. She was literally streaming in a cramped room crouching. But this house search turned out to be a disaster. Only about 2 to 3 months after debut, Senjo started house searching, and after some vetting, she thought she found a decent place and planned to move in January 2020. She had completed all the torturous Japanese paperwork bureaucracy procedures and even had a moving company arranged, plus line installations for better internet at her new place, something now essential to her career. But suddenly, randomly, the landlord of the new place refused the internet line installation, meaning Senjo suddenly had to find a new place. On a timer too, since she had already informed the old place of a specific move-out date, less than a month later in February. Keep in mind, this was all going on when there was a pretty big Hololive concert she had to perform in coming up. Both Senjo and the house Senjo's agency in a panic. They somehow managed to find a new place and planned the move on February 10th. But on the morning of February 10th, Marin had to wake up at 5:30 a.m. for the move. And after taking her final shower at the old apartment, found the drain clogged and was charged for it. The final morning, bro. And then, when she finally got to her new place, Senjo arrived to find that the key to the front door would not open, leaving her having to wait at the front door for an hour, exhausted, before management finally came to help. And when she finally got into the apartment, she found that the internet lines hadn't even been installed, despite the promises of a very strong internet connection. She tried streaming with her mobile data, but it was abysmal connection.
You know what? As much as I will make fun of Australia's, like, one government ISP, at the very least, you don't have to fight with ISPs to install your internet. You just have like, everywhere just has a fiber line now, at least in the suburbs and the city. If you got rural, obviously different. Like, in most, like, in the most populated areas, you just have a fiber line at the house now.
Speed, so she gave up and just rented a studio for streaming for the time being. This moving was literally anything that could go wrong went wrong. Despite all this chaos, Senjo never stopped creating top quality content and streams, her channel exponentially growing. With the viral release of her first original
I said it before, but I do kind of feel bad.
Streams, her channel
I do kind of feel bad for Sora. Because she's been there from the start, but she's been surpassed so many times.
Exponentially growing. With the viral release of her first original song, Ahoy, in June 2020.
Ahoy is a good song.
Senjo reached 1 million
Banger
subscribers
track.
in
Absolute
2021 January, just 1.5 years after debut, and the 6th member in Hololive to achieve this milestone. Just a look at any of her streams is enough.
Who was before her? Gura was number 1. Gura, Pekora. Who else had hit 1 mil at that point? Matsuri? Had shit? Matsuri. Hold on. What is she at now? Maybe Matsuri at the time as well? Possibly Fubuki? Korone. Yes. Okay, yes.
To tell you how engaged her chat is with her antics and what a natural entertainer she was. Unfortunately, here is when another few hiccups along the way would form. For obvious reasons, Senjo's channel was always fighting with demonetization, but in July, YouTube randomly decided to ban her entire channel. Like, entire channel randomly terminated. Had the lewdness finally gone too far for YouTube?
No.
Fans questioned. But a click on her channel showed that it was terminated for fraud, spam, and misleading content by YouTube's automatic AI system. I swear YouTube needs to fucking stop doing this. Thankfully, YouTube quickly checked and confirmed it was a false positive, restoring her channel. Probably because she was a big channel under a company. But then just a month later, because Senjo yapped so much on stream and was unconsciously trying to use that cutesy voice, Senjo announced that she would be severely decreasing the frequency of streams as she was suffering from pretty bad throat strain. But this reduction didn't help much because in September, doctors found not just vocal cord nodules, but even internal bleeding in her vocal cords, forcing her to take a break. She came back a little over a month later, focusing on voice therapy, and since then, she seems to have been more careful and hasn't had huge throat issues since then. You know, you see Senjo's clips and streams and thumbnails and you think, wow, that's a crazy ass girl. And then I do research for this video, hearing everything she's been through, and I'm like, wow, that's crazy ass backstory. But I feel like that's shaped why Senjo has become so popular and the way she is. While batshit crazy, horny, memeable, clippable on the outside, even multi-talented, good at both singing and drawing, if you stay for her
Maybe not dancing though. Maybe not dancing.
Yapping and talking streams, or pay attention to some small moments, you can...
I miss this outfit. This was such a stupid outfit. Everyone was like memeing on this outfit because of the what do you call it? The wire for the bra. It's like this outfit, man.
For her yapping and talking.
It's like Surely someone had to be like, maybe. I don't know. Maybe this design is not. we should rethink this one a little bit.
Streams or pay attention to some small moments, you can really tell that she is mature on the inside. As a person, she gives amazing life advice based on her torturous corporate life, and especially during collabs, you can tell how she secretly takes care of everyone's emotions, how she pivots if she senses someone start to feel uncomfortable. Hell, I think the fact that an extrovert like her managed to adopt the notoriously socially anxious Aquatan and build a genuine relationship upon that says a lot about her people skills. Her unhinged streams with Coco, her cheating with Rusia, even despite everything she's been through, she still is able to form these genuine bonds with her co-workers. No, not co-workers, friends. Many may love her for her crazy entertainment.
I assume we're not going to mention Treasure Box.
But I think the secret behind her success is compassion for both people and her VTubing career. The way she cares for both her fellow VTubers and fans. The way she spends God knows how much money on her music MVs. They have more frames than entire seasons of anime combined. No,
especially
seriously,
that one.
I have to shield this a bit. The MVs look insane. They deserve all the views they get. It's like a trademark.
Are you watching JJK? Yes, I am.
Thing. Throw an ungodly amount of money to make the highest quality MVs possible. She could save the money, but
like this is a lot of these music videos are like gotcha game ad level MVs.
Out of money to make the highest quality MVs possible.
Like you watch a Blue Archive character reveal or something, and it looks as good or better than that.
She could save the money, but no, she just throws everything. Besides that, she's not afraid to just yap about things, opinions. She folds or fights back when she wants, banters with chat. It's just, you can tell Sento loves VTubing. You can tell that she is just a person. It's not all sunshines, even in this job. She's talked about being depressed before, although she didn't deep dive as she didn't want to bring the stream's mood down. But after that, she literally gets back up and just forgets why she was even depressed. Hell, she herself said that despite how good of a job she has at HoloLive, it's actually more stressful than her toxic corporate life, because at her old job, she just had to repeat what she did every day. She didn't have to think about what to do. Unlike being a VTuber, where you really have to think creatively on what you want to do. And given all the shit she's been through, Senjo's positivity is impressive. Growing up in poverty, being exploited in a black company, I can't believe she still has the positive and humble attitude given where she is today. But maybe this is an important lesson to learn. Stay positive, stay compassionate, and just be a good person. In 2024, Marin held her first ever solo live in front of an audience of 40,000. And last year, she became the second VTuber in history to hit 4 million subscribers. Since Gargura has graduated, Marin has effectively become the #1 active VTuber in the world and directly told Yago, the CEO, that she is aiming for 5 million.
She's gonna hit
it.
it.
From poverty to exploited employee to #1 in the world is seriously inspiring. I'm so glad Sencho found her calling. I hope Sencho continues to be Sencho, and I hope that we can all learn to be more positive and compassionate like her. Special thanks to Vicente Pagani and all my other patrons and members.
Great video. Great video as always. I love Red Joker. We all love Red Joker. Gotta love my weeb content. We got like 10 minutes of the stream left. There was one short video. There was one very short one we could check out. But yeah, no, I didn't realize that Marin was that big now. Like, I as I've said before, I'm mainly like a clip watcher for stuff. So I kind of lose track of how big people's channels actually are, but yeah, no, I'm very happy with what's been going on here. Okay, we'll watch a short one, and that'll be the end for today. The communist car. A car made of cardboard. The Trabant. We love communism. This car is notoriously a piece of shit, by the way. Like, there is nothing redeemable about this car. It's just a piece of shit.
What do you get when you cross Mr. Bean with communism? You get a Trabant.
What the fuck is that color?
This is my 1970.
He's so fucking small. Wait, is he like really tall, or is it actually just that small?
Trabant. They're a 2-cylinder, 2-stroke car.
That's a motorbike. So no. Sorry, that's not that's not an engine that a car has. That's a
Trabant. They're a 2-cylinder, 2-stroke car.
That's no. That's what you put in a lawnmower.
It's about 600 cc.
Again, like I said, that's a motorbike.
And it only has 25 horsepower.
That's far. Wait. That's more horsepower than we saw with the G Wiz. You know what? It might be. Maybe it's a better car. It's not, but maybe.
These cars, they were produced in Eastern Germany, a country which doesn't exist anymore. They're horrible, they're slow, they're made of cardboard, but they've got a lot of charm. During World War II, the Soviets arrived in Berlin first, capturing the capital. Germany was divided up between the Allies. However, Joseph Stalin didn't really intend on leaving Germany. In fact, he pretty much occupied every country in the East. East Germany during the 50s was in economic turmoil. While the rest of the West focused on rebuilding, the East exported most of its heavy industry back to the Soviets.
So, you really in the mood for car video? I actually watched a lot of car content outside of stream.
Leaving East Germans with nothing. There was a growing need for affordable transportation during these times, and the Trabant was eventually born. The most famous variant was born in 1963, the 601. This ran production until 1991 and stopped.
Just make sure we're clear on that again.
63, the 601. This ran production until 1991 and
the car ran in production from 63 to 91. 28 years of one car is not what happens with a car.
Stopped as it couldn't compete with West.
I will say though, they do have a surprising range of colors. Modern cars, you just get fucking white, grey, and maybe a blue if you're lucky.
And vehicles. It gained its notoriety after the fall of the Berlin Wall, when tens of thousands of them flooded the streets of the West. Many people simply abandoned them. Some people tried to scrap them, but you can't scrap their cardboard body. That's enough of history for now. Let's get back onto my Trabant. Now, before you set off, there's a few little quirky things with these cars that you've got to consider that's a bit different to your conventional car today.
It's got a motorbike engine.
Very basic. It's air-cooled, which means there's no radiator, no fancy cooling system, and there's also no sump, no engine oil. Now, you might be wondering, how do you lubricate the engine? Well, the engine oil goes in your fuel tank.
Sorry?
Because it's 2-stroke.
Right, of course.
Now, conveniently placed in my engine bay is a bottle of 2-stroke oil and a little measuring jug. So every time you go to the fuel station, you pop the bonnet, fill it up with fuel, check how much petrol you put in, and then put your oil in. And conveniently placed is a very important tool. This is your dipstick. Of course, there's no fuel gauge. You stick this in your tank, and it tells
you... Who needs a fuel gauge when you have a dipstick?
How much fuel you've got. You also use this to mix the oil into your fuel as well.
Jesus Christ.
Right.
As I said, this is a lawnmower. This is a lawnmower. This is a motorbike. This is not a car.
Let's go for a drive. Now, as you can probably imagine, these cars weren't really designed for someone...
Okay, no, he is really tall.
...of my size. It's very basic inside. The only gauge that you've got is a speedometer. Down here, you've got your wipers, you've got your lights, you've got your hazards. Now,
Wow, you get hazard. Impressive.
Very funny thing about these cars is It does actually have a washer for your windscreen, but it's hand operated. You have to pump it up to squirt water onto your windscreen. Now, probably one of the weirdest parts about
again, this was produced until the 90s.
Driving this car is the gears selector. Now this is your gear stick.
Right.
It's a column shift. It's a very bizarre operation method. I don't have the original sticker that shows you how to do it, but I'll put that on the screen.
What the fuck? Okay.
Screen magically. Now, the way to operate it is all the way down is reverse, back and down is first, straight up for second, back one and down for third,
that's...
and up for fourth.
That's
Even though it's
gross.
fourth, it doesn't mean it goes fast. Right, here we go. Let's go for a little drive, shall we?
It looks like it goes fast. I don't think it is, though. It moves, yes.
Now, there's something very important I forgot to mention about driving these, and it's to do with the gearbox.
Right.
Now, if you're familiar with two-strokes, you'll know what a free-rolling gear is.
I just realized he said the only thing there is the speedometer. You don't have an RPM gauge, so you just gotta wing it with switching gears. Okay, I'm sure that's never caused any problems.
And if you aren't, essentially, because the oil that is put in the fuel tank is lubricating the cylinder walls, you want it to constantly have fuel. Now, if you engine brake a car, obviously that is cutting the fuel off to the cylinder.
Right.
Well, if you do this with a two-stroke engine, you're going to seize the engine. Now, in a Trabant, the only gear that has free rolling is fourth gear, which means in first, second and third, you cannot coast it. You have to pop it into neutral and then roll along, because if you don't, you'll seize the engine. Now, I did a lot of research on why they designed it this way and why the Trabant doesn't have free rolling gears in first, second and third. And it's because it's an awful design and it's cheaper.
Yeah, all right.
My friend Harry.
Oh my God!
Good explanation of how driving a Trabant sounds. He described it as getting a hamster ball, filling it with marbles, and shaking it as hard as possible. And I'd say that's a pretty accurate representation.
No one's gonna steal it. You're all good. Fucking goodish, brother.
Now, Trabants, you either love them or hate them. And personally, I love them. This is actually my second Trabant. The first one I bought was in Hungary. And a lot of my subscribers got very pissed off with me the last time I bought a Trabant because I didn't know how to drive it, I didn't know how to work on it, and I ended up blowing it up. I seized the engine after driving it all the way from Hungary back to Calais in France. However, this one, I feel like I've got my pilot's license now and I'm ready to fly. Cheers.
Immediately seizes the engine. I would not take a corner that fast in that thing. It's not even fast, I just don't trust it.
So there you have it, my Trabant. Now, if you want a chance at winning this exact Trabant, head on down below and click the link.
Is he doing a giveaway? No, you're not doing a giveaway for a fucking Trabant.
I'm hosting a raffle, and this car is going to be going away to one of my subscribers.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh, man. Okay, well... Sure. Win it and ship it to SA. I'm good. I am definitely good. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. So, tomorrow we do more Shenmue. If you've not seen today's video, go and check that out. And, yeah. Oh, wait. Sorry. Hyperdimension Neptunia series teases first new mainline entry in over 10 years. Nah, wait. Yeah, Mark 2, good times. Has it really been that long since V came out? No shot V2 was 2015. Oh my god. Okay, yep. Are we back? Are we truly back? So they're doing a live stream. Where is it? They'll be doing a live stream next week on the Compile Heart YouTube channel. Man, we are so fucking back. I can't believe that we're actually getting... another mainline NEP game. Not a fucking... Not like the Adult Neptune spin-off real-time game. Not SVS, but like an actual mainline... I probably shouldn't scroll here because there's probably going to be some NEP hentai. An actual fucking mainline Neptunia game. Holy shit. I legitimately thought this was never actually gonna happen. If you told me that they were never gonna make another NEP game, another mainline NEP game, I would believe you. Please, for the love of God, turn-based NEP game. You don't know how to make real-time combat. Please, a turn-based NEP game. Mainline, bring back Plute. I honestly don't even care. Plute would be great. That would be Plute and Iris Heart. Bring back Adult NEP if you really want to. Bring back Yellow Heart if you want to. I don't care. Just a mainline fucking NEP game. Holy shit, man, we're so back. I'll be 100% playing this when it comes out. 100 fucking % playing this. You will not stop me. Nothing will stop me. There is this teaser image as well. Obviously, most of the characters here are characters we know, but presumably these are new goddesses. That would be my assumption. We don't see Plute or Iris Heart, so who knows? These are also new characters. Wait, are we gonna be seeing... I have a feeling she's red. I have a feeling that maybe Blanc is gonna have a new sister and we're gonna get a switch. She has red and blue here. Yeah, okay, this is a switch goddess. This is 100% a switch goddess. As for these ones, I don't know. Are we getting a are we getting a Steam Deck goddess? Is that what's happening? I don't know. It's possible. I don't know. That's my only thought. All I can say for a fact is this is 100% a Switch goddess. Not too sure what this is. Maybe goddess, maybe not. Who knows? But I wonder if this is gonna be like alt universe then, because unless Blanc just suddenly for some reason has like another little sister, which is possible. Is this like maybe is this maybe like a PS5 goddess? Could be. Noir could have a wait, yeah, actually Noir could have another sister. I guess that's very possible. Also we have new costumes for yeah, okay, actually didn't realize. Yeah, no, these are new costumes. Wow. Okay, we are really back. I'm excited. 100% excited. Hopefully we get a trailer for it next week. Yeah, sorry. I was going to end the stream and then I got distracted by a new NEP game. Yeah. Big excite. Maybe these are Vert actually getting a sister. Honestly, what PlayStation Portal-chan? You're onto something. You are onto something. Maybe this very well could be Vert. They're green, right? And obviously Vert's green. Maybe this could be Vert getting little sisters that she's always wanted, I guess. Who knows? Yeah, anyway. That's gonna be it for today then. We'll check 100% checking out the trailer when it comes out. No one is live right now, so I guess I will just, I'll just head out. So enjoy the rest of your day, all the fun stuff. Very excited for more NEP. And we will stream it when it comes out. I'm 100% streaming when it comes out. No way we're gonna skip that. Yeah. So that's gonna be it for me. Enjoy your day, all the fun stuff. Yeah. Tomorrow we have Shenmue. So, I'm gonna go. Peace out.